Welcome everyone to the first week of playoffs in the EUSL Season 1. It is me again, Sloth, and I'm kind of gonna give you some few fun tidbits about the playoffs today, what's gonna happen, and the most important part, the MVP and top team voting. Yes, the group stage has concluded 2 weeks ago. Tiebreakers were played, and during that entire process, the players and some of the staff got to vote on their top 3 teams, MVP and best sub. And I'm here today to kind of run you through the results today. I hope everyone's excited as much as I was. Really quick, above me you see the playoffs that's going to be played out today. I'll go a little bit more in depth on that after the announcement of the MVP and top teams have gone through. And I think with all that mentioned already before, I think we can go to the first award that we can be giving out for the group stage, which would be the best substitute. And the best substitute, as voted by the players and the staff, will be KLB Flame. Flame playing a very, very crucial part in making KLB get their playoffs position, mainly because he subbed in for the series against TMCT, which was the win they needed to create the tiebreaker situation. In terms of stats as well, as you can see, he was very dominant. He's, matter of fact, the highest damage per 10 minutes through his 2 games on Asher. Do keep that in mind, highest damage per 10 minutes on Asher only, being just above 1.5k over Sake. Also second highest in KO per 10 minutes. And 6th best in goals per 10 minutes. Just really an efficiency machine with his 100% win rate, and being really just stepping up when KLB needed someone in forward to take that series against TMCT. So congratulations to you, Flame. As we will now move on to the teams. As a reminder as well, you can see it on Flame already. The character displayed on the player is going to be their most played character. So if any of the players are confused why they're being represented by some character, you did it to yourself. You played them the most in group stage, all right? But I think we can go over to the third team overall. Third team consisting of Atsuro, Llama, and Cookies. All 3 of them obviously having a great showing. All 3 of them being playoff members. To mention really quick on Atsu, this is the only exception to the rule I just mentioned before. Atsu is being represented by Finny, as due to the most played character of hers would have been Kai, but having 2 Kais next to each other ain't all that, you know. But really quick about the players, Atsu obviously being an incredibly solid backline for TMCT, being able to hold it down when they need it on the defensive end, and also being able to pull out characters like Finny, like Luna, that might have a little bit more offensive capabilities as well, and executing well on them. Llama for the midfield position, being the consistent cornerstone that KLB needed to make the run into playoffs, the only member that has played every single KLB game there was, and even during all the roster swaps that have happened, Llama was always able to perform on a very strong level and get all the wins that they need. And Cookies lastly being the top scorer by 10 minutes, second high scorer overall, and the only player that's played Kazan more than like twice or 3 times, with having 6 games on Kazan and winning all of them. So all the great performance from all 3 of them, and definitely deserving to be in this third team overall. Moving on to the second team, that will be Fang, Venom Yami, and Rekoset. Obviously, for all of these 3 people, I don't really have to mention why they've made their way into the teams. Also, coincidentally, this is just the old Zenith roster. But Fang being a cornerstone for Fury, being incredibly strong on the defensive end, while also not scaring away from picking something a little bit more offensive and helping up front. Also being the second highest in assists per 10 minutes, so setting his forwards up really nicely to give them the chance to execute the goals that they need to. Venom Yami here being represented by Juno. As I mentioned before, it's by most played. Venom, you did it to yourself. Venom actually being the only Juno player that has played Juno more than, I think, twice it was, with a total of 5 picks. Also making up for just a little bit under 50% of all the Juno appearances in-game that we've had in EUSL. But obviously Venom also being a really, really solid midfielder, covering all his angles that he needs to give Amy haters that second seat that I ended up placing on. And his partner in crime, Reko said up front, always delivering on a great level. Not able to play every single group stage game, but the games that he did play, he had a wonderful performance, making sure to get the goals in that are being set up by Venom and Alex. And overall, Amy Haters having the second best front line according to MVP voting. And again, all three players definitely deserving to be in this position right now. But moving on to the Team 1, which I could assume people will be having a strong guess set who will be ending up in there. Team 1 being Alex, Zarhanif, and Sake. All three of these players have had an incredible showing over group stage. Alex being the important backline, the cornerstone of Amy Haters in terms of consistency, even during times where Amy Haters had to swap out Reko for Umi, he always was that consistency that they needed in the back ends to not drop games that they don't want to drop, and really just displaying why he's considered the best goalie within EU. Special shout out as well to Zarhanif, sorry, for his role swap to midfielder. I don't know how many of you people know that, but Zarhanif used to be a forward, but for the sake of EUSL has role swapped back into the midfield and has just flourished in that position, having a monster run with Fury, right? Not dropping a single game, and making sure he can always feed his forward, being Sake, which also an absolute menace up front. Having the backing of Fang and Zarhanif, the two highest assisting players per 10 minutes. Zarhanif is first in assists per 10 minutes and Fang is second. Getting all these great chances and Sake just really displaying the skill that he needs to then finish up those goals and score, right? And with that, the first team is also concluded. Obviously, all of the players having made it into playoffs, the first team, to a Fury, which is great. Their complete and utter dominance throughout the group stage definitely needs to be respected. And with that, I think we can also go over to the MVP voting. And for the MVPs, I mean, who else could it be but Sake? Sake was voted MVP for the entirety of group stage. Again, as mentioned before already, he was an absolute menace up front. He's second highest KOs in total, third in goals, second in goals per 10 minutes, fourth in KOs per 10 minutes, and second in damage per 10 minutes. He's just really done everything that the forward role needs him to do, while being fed the core from his incredible backline of Fang and Zarhanif. He just was really given a task to finish up the kills, to finish up the scores, and he just never really failed to deliver. Also showing a plethora of characters that he can be executing on an excellent level on. So congratulations to Sake for winning the MVP vote, and definitely a player that everyone needs to watch out for as we are going to go into the playoffs today. To finish it off, an honorable mention to all of the total stat record holders. As you know, we've been collecting the stats from every single group stage game, adding it up, and the totals are going to be displayed on screen. You have Lucas with the most saves overall, Alex with the most orbs overall, myself, Sloth, with the most assists and redirects, Zoe with the most goals and KOs, Lila with the most shots, and Nefarious Deeds with the most damage dealt overall. Special shout out to all of you. These records will be recorded and will be the ones to beat in future seasons. Now, we will be moving on to the games today. Now, obviously, today is playoffs, right? Playoffs, a rather important part of the season. Out of the initial 8 teams, we now only have 4 teams left, being Fury, Amy Haters, KLB, and TMCT. All 4 of these teams have had an incredible showing to be deserving of a position in these playoffs here. And the matchups today are also going to be rather interesting. The first one that we'll be starting off with is Fury versus KLB. Now, that is a run back from the group stage, as a reminder. In the group stage, KLB got 6-0'd by Fury. which is not really a great outlook for a KLB side, right? But today's the day that they can prove that that was a fluke, that this is not the level that they're playing at, that they can take games off of Fury, perhaps. Also to mention, the matchup between Fury and KLB was not with the current KLB roster. That matchup was with Layfire, Llama, and once Banter, once Balu up front. So maybe Alfs is going to be a new factor into that series that could kind of sway the odds of who will be taking that home today. Looking at the other side of the bracket, Amy Headers against TMCT, definitely a series to watch out for, definitely one that's going to be entertaining. In their direct head-to-head during group stage, it was a 2-0 victory for Amy Headers, being a 6-3 sets victory, but overall always was a close series. The 2-0 scoreline doesn't really encompass everything that came with it. So TMCT is definitely looking to get that run back today, to get that redemption against Amy Haters and take that victory to move on into the winners final. And some other added information. Obviously, we're also going to have a third game today. That third game today being Game C between the two losers of the first two games. So whoever loses that series is going to be eliminated from playoffs and will not be playing next weekend. Next weekend being the final three series, being winner final, loser final, and grand finals. And the only team as well, the team that loses today, will also be the only team that walks away from the playoffs with only conserving their spot in EUSL. Keep in mind, every team that has made it into EUSL can keep their spot for the next season of EUSL. They do not have to requalify, but whoever drops out today in this match C is going to be the only team that will not take away any of the prize money. So no one really wants to drop out today, but someone has to, obviously. So it's going to be very interesting and exciting to see who's going to step up, who's going to deliver the performances that they need to start contesting that prize pool that has been set. And then, as a last little tidbit of information, we are in playoffs. Playoffs entails a little bit of change, and that little bit of change this time around is going to be a change in the map pool. The map rotation from the second half of groups was Amy Zap, Atlab, Clarion, Inkies, Night Market, Oni Village, and Taiko. Take that exact same map pool, take out Inkies, and put back Gates of Obscura. That's going to be the current map pool for playoffs. So to repeat that, the current map pool of playoffs will be Amy Zap, Atlab, Clarion, Gates of Obscura, Night Market, Oni Village, and Taiko Temple. So plenty of favorites for some of the teams in here. Also plenty of maps that some might not want to play, so they need some drafting plans around that. But exciting to see what we're going to be seeing today. If today maybe is going to be a little bit different than the group stage games, right? Again, thinking about maps like Atlab being very popular all around, and Taiko Temple also being played a lot, and seeing if that stays consistent, or if one team maybe has been cooking and is picking up a game of Gates today. Maybe we'll see. But that would be everything for the pre-show section. Thank you for joining for this little yap session of mine. I hope you enjoyed it. Again, as a reminder, best sub was won by Flame. Team 3 consisting of Atsu, Llama, Cookies. Team 2, Fang, Venom Yami, Rekosed. Team 1, Alex, Sarhainef, and Sake. And the MVP voting going to Sake. We will be right back after a few minutes of break to get everything ready for the first series, Fury against KLB. So stay tuned, and I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, welcome back after a little bit of an extended break. Sorry, some technical difficulties have come up, but as we all know how it goes, sometimes it does just get a little bit delayed. But here we are in the first series of KLB vs Fury. For the start, joining me is going to be Saikeen.
Hello, good afternoon, strikers. Ready for EUSL Season 1 playoffs? I'm so excited for this. Let's go. How you feeling today, Sloth?
Hey, I mean, I'm feeling great. I'm excited as well because I mean, it's just overall just gonna be very, very important banger matchups that are gonna come through today as well. Right, the KLB Fury one today is gonna be, that we're gonna look into now is gonna be exciting. Again, I'm curious how much Alf's playing instead of Balu and Banter in their initial matchup is gonna change things. But yeah, definitely excited. Anything you're looking forward specifically?
I am just looking forward to seeing some great Omega Strikers played. You know, I want to see if KLB has it in them to join the ranks of Amy haters in TMCT and being able to take sets and, you know, who knows, maybe even a game from Fury. So I'm just excited to see what they can pull out if this team has the special sauce to take some games. So we'll see how this goes. Yeah, so
Yeah.
we got some map picks, I think. You know, ignore the graphic on screen. It's a bit, we're working on it. We do have the map picks though. So why don't you share that with us, Sloth?
Exactly, the map picks. I mean, we're in EU. You guys should be used to it by now. You could probably guess the maps at this point. Game 1's gonna be Taiko Temple. Game 2 will be played on AtLab, and the decider game, if it gets to it, would be played on Oni Village. As Sakin said, we're working on getting it on screen as well properly. But until that, we can kind of talk about those map picks. Sakin, are you excited? For any of the maps? Looking forward to anything? Because
I mean,
you know, it's so.
I absolutely am. Look, it may be the USL's comfort picks, safe map picks, but I always love a Taiko Temple map pick. I always love Atlas Lab. Oni Village, I could take it or leave it, but I don't think it's leaving EU anytime soon. But I love maps where you could just go flying and bounce around. You know, you've got the gravity well for Atlas Lab, and all of the drones on Taiko is just cinematic. I'll say it.
Yeah, most definitely. And I also really like I find it amusing that the Taiko and AtLab maps that are as popular as they are, main reason just being that they are kind of similar, right? In a way that you end up playing them. You can very much go for a kill comp on there and execute really well on it. You have something in the middle that obscures any kind of play, which forces you through the sides, which makes picks that play for edge kills also more viable. So overall, very exciting to see what's going to go on today. As we're already going through the map draft, the character draft as well for the first game being Taiko Temple. Any picks you're seeing in here that pop out that you wouldn't have expected? I'm eyeing something, but I want to see if you agree.
For me, I believe it might be the let's see, because Fury. Oh wait, okay. So there's a couple things here that I'm interested in, right? So yeah. KLB took X. All right. I'm going to guess. Well, no, because they could. Fury picked.
It could be that as of right now the teams are a little bit misaligned as we're checking that, because the blue team comp looks incredibly like a Fury draft if I've ever seen one. And also I do know that Llama is a rune enjoyer, so I'm gonna go out on a limb here and assume the colors are misaligned. So we're seeing a Layfire Atlas, a Llama Rune, and a Screamhouse Centauro against a Bang Kai, a Zar Amy, and a Socket X.
Gotcha. Okay, that tracks then. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, then the pick that I'm interested in, and I'm always going to be interested in this pick, that's going to be Rune. I love seeing a Rune, but I know that this... I'm pretty sure KLB is a team that's pulled out Rune before, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Llama's already had some Rune gameplay, and again, Llama is a really proficient at that pick as well. Being a strong pick on something like... Being really strong, I feel like, on Taiko as well, to some degree, as with the pillars, you can just completely shut down a side if you wish to. So, going to be interesting to see how that's gonna play out. What I'm more intrigued by is we have starters of Rapid Fire Deadeye, yet nowhere in draft do I see a Finny. Do I see a Luna? Like, you know, the typical Deadeye menaces, you know. So but who knows? Maybe the rapid fire is more of a convincing argument, right? The rune's definitely gonna take something like a rapid fire. So we'll see how that plays out.
Exactly. Now, as we get into this game, I will Tony salute to all of you and pass the baton on to my favorite NA caster, Ether.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, a little bit of technical difficulties on my end, but we did fix them, and I am here now. As we head on into KLB versus Fierce Fury, right, I see these drafts and I'm thinking, yeah, this is pretty standard in terms of what we should expect, right? Zarheinef, Ime, Lamacraft Rune, just about everything that I'm assuming, you know, Sloth and Psykeen probably already went over.
Yeah.
Yeah, rapid fire Deadeye start. Ooh, this is going to be interesting, especially with this rune, having a rapid fire already in your hands. It just means that you actually have the ability to control this midfield. Yeah,
most definitely. And the thing that I pointed out as well that is a little bit intriguing to me is we have a Deadeye start, yet we don't see like Affinity, right? Affinity would have been immense value with something like that damage, but I'm not quite certain on the readiness to play a character like that for both Fang and Lei. But interesting to see how it's going to be playing out, as Fury is doing what they always are doing, taking a dominant first stance in this game.
But I mean, it's still a great save out by Leifire, right? Stopping that flip that already was generated within like less than 30 seconds, but it might not matter as this is coming back to the opposite side. But it seems to be fine for the time being, even if Lamacraft is getting heavily damaged.
Yeah, and you can really see where the thought process was for Llama as well, just in these first few seconds of playing, as Llama has opted to go vicious Bam Braces, just really trying his best to keep his survivability up as much as possible as Alps finds a flip and takes the lead in the first set.
Yeah, I mean, that set overall, I would say, was really, really well played by Llama, right? Playing perfectly to avoid as much damage as he could coming in from Sake, and then getting the double barrier with the help of Scream. It's just immaculately played.
Yeah, and him surviving for as long as he did was really what enabled that entire situation to blossom as it did, so Fury needs to watch out. They might be, I would argue they are the favorites coming into this, right? Being the team that has gone 7-0 in the group stage. But they do need to watch out. There are definitely a lot of angles that KLB can pursue in this game to take these games.
And Zarheinef is taken off, right? Lamacraft is looking a little bit low as well, but Scream and Llama have this chance to maybe take the second barrier back, and oh, that's a death by Scream. Now in this advantage power play for Fury, this could be looking a little dangerous.
Yeah, that is an incredibly important pick from the side of Fury as well, right? Being able to find that kill completely turns the tides on the entire play. But sadly not able to really realize that goal in time before Alps has made his way back, as KLB is now going to go on the offensive a little bit. Oof.
Oh, what a dribble out by Sake getting into that top corner.
Yeah, just really, really cleanly executed, right? Calm and Control saw that the core is going to be in front of Lei, knowing that Lei isn't going to have a lot of abilities to work with a quick little self-pass to the middle drum, just setting himself up perfectly to get it around the Atlas.
Yeah, and I mean, a great show of teamwork, right? That's just not just teamwork, right? The passes out by Zarheinef, and then finishing off with Sake's like combo. It's honestly Fierce Fury showing why they went 7-0 in this season.
Yeah, most definitely. And Zar finding a beautiful kill as well here to get a power play going for the side of Fury. Question is KLB going to be able to stand through that, or is the pressure going to be enough to take that second barrier as well as they find it?
Second barrier, maybe even goal, but the Cosmic Expanse might stop it. Astral Projection stuffs it as well, and Lamacraft almost getting destroyed by that Giga Blast, but still alive for the time being. Still, the chances of a goal coming back for KLB still alive, and a great hit out by Lamacraft means that Fang is forced to burn this flip, hits it around. These interactions continue to get won by KLB to keep it forward, but not long enough as Zarheinef finds the glitch pop.
Yeah, really nice angle there to find the shot around Llama to guide it just around, as Sake was busy just keeping Alps in the goal, making sure that Alps can't really cover that angle either. So Fury finding themselves in a nice little 2-1 lead now. again, taking a lot of power as well, putting Alf down to 1 HP, forcing Atlas to ult to keep him alive there.
Oh, slight anti-synergy moment as that flip is stuffed by his own teammate's banish, but Scream doesn't care. He just keeps it going forward, and now Layfire's pushing up as well. They don't get that second barrier, and now Scream is looking to be on Death's Door, taken off as the EI rushes to his own death. Now, Layfire does lose that barrier, but Llama just continues to keep it forward. The power of this rune, dodging away from that Zarheinef kill. Now, Zarheinef doesn't really have these abilities for this offense.
Yeah, it's a strength of the rune that's coming through at this point, right? What I've mentioned in the draft already. On a map like this, you can't just have rune lock down an entire side with a pillar. But there's only so much you can do if you're going up against a player like Fang that is just holding it down, keeping this last barrier, and allowing Fury to attack over and over again to get maybe that one attack that they need on Atlas. But Alps finds a beautiful barrier, secures the flip as well, and just puts it right past Zar and Fang. Nothing they can do.
Yeah, I mean, a great series of offenses there, right? Just that pillar defending, and then now Scream winning that interaction versus Fang. But we are coming to 0.5 this set, and this could mean everything, as we might get a prime time for anyone in this rapid fire start.
Yeah, prime time would absolutely change. Would be so massive for anyone, really, right? Having it on Rune allows so many more pillars to come through. Having it on Kai or Amy for the side of Fury would allow for so much more damage and just consistency. As Llama finds the pillar past Fang, Fang calm and collected though, walks back and just collects this ore.
Now the crucial thing is Sake has his flip, but he doesn't even need it as the bell ringer bell rings. Layfire into the net, and he scores for that first set.
Unfortunate for Lay, a little bit too close to the edge, and Sake just saw that, took advantage of it immediately, and we're going into the draft with a prime time on the board. Very likely we're going to see that on Fang Sky.
But there's a catalyst too, right? But Rapid Prime should be good enough to just outweigh that catalyst.
There's also a perfect form that's going to go on Zentaro. The side of Fury has had some issues with surviving, right? They don't really have a lot of survivability utility outside of just movement and positioning. So having that perfect form on Zen might open up some angles for Scream Elves to be a little bit more aggressive to take out some of the Fury players.
And I mean, despite being last pick, I think Layfire is really happy with whichever option he picked, either the Orb Dancer or that Catalyst. And now, getting this Catalyst, it does kind of offer him some sort of ability to quick strike Catalyst to them.
Yeah, most definitely. The draft overall, I would say overall the draft went pretty good for everyone, as Fury is now, again, on the offensive, just putting down that pressure. Fang walking up, trying to take that barrier, but getting played around as Zar recovers and sets Sake up for a nice attack. Llama being solid with the pillar though, saving it, but Zar finding the lovely angle through all three of them to put it in the net.
Yeah, threading the needle between the KLB defense, right? After a great save out by the Unstable Anomaly from Lamacraft, Zar decided, you know what? I'm just going to undo all that, and slots it right in.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter if you do a lot of great work. I can just score on you anyways, right? And that's what you need to be showing in playoff series like this.
Yeah, but yeah, KLB doesn't really want to go quietly, right? As they're continuing to get this offense forward, but they do have the one barrier, and a great defense means they don't lose a second one for the time being. And just as I say that, the Caster Curse hits as they lose that second barrier.
Overall, still a good showing from the side of KLB, though, considering the fact that Fury so far, right, they are on the picks that I would argue are all comfort for theirs. Zar being incredibly on the Amy, Sake having played plenty of X, and Fang being an incredibly good and consistent Kai as well. I feel like, considering all of those factors, KLB is still very much putting the fight up to Fury and not giving anything away from free, as we're slowly starting to see the Zentaro perfect form factor coming in, but it doesn't really matter if they just kill through the edge anyways.
Yeah, and I mean the issue is that Scream had so many abilities, but Sake was just dodging out from all of them, right? And that's what left Sake alive for long enough to make it so that he could keep that pressure up and allow his teammates to push up for the time being.
Yeah, most definitely, and Fang and the side of Fury overall finding a nice quick barrier here, but being stuffed into the corner. Are they able to get it out, or are the rune pillars going to be enough? They do get it through to the side of Lay. Don't really take that second barrier in time though, as Fang now needs to be very worried about just straight up dying, while Alps is using his perfect form and rapid fire to maximum utility. just making sure Fang does not have an easy time staying on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, a great slot around by Layfire means that Scream Elves has this opportunity to send it into that top corner. The Barrage not really reaching it from Fang.
Yeah, Fang was just completely taken out of the play there, right? And Alps just really realized that correctly and just continued to hold this position as the core flies past Fang again. Not really the barriers you want to be losing, but as long as it's only the first one, it's not that bad, right?
Yeah, and Scream Elves actually almost getting taken off the map there, right? Barely staying alive for the time being, but this perfect form means that they'll be able to get more abilities and more damage as the side of Fierce Sphere looks to be really low, and oh, that's Layfire taken off by Sake. This flip out by Scream Elves as he's about to be taken off the map as well. This Firewall Sentry keeping this pressure forward, but Llama Craft has to save it in this 1v3. A hit down by Zarhainif means that there is more time bought for KLB. That is the barrier that does fall for now, and now Layfire has to defend the flip. Zarhainif catalysting, striking, and that's the goal for the set.
And that is such an important set for the side of Fury here as well, right? Taking up a 2-0 lead, getting even more snowball, right? With a rapid fire start and Deadeye start, the Awakenings can snowball really, really quickly. So having these priority picks on this Awakening drafts could snowball this into a 3-set victory.
Yeah, and it's probably an extra special we're going to see, allowing this IME to have more pressure. But on the other side, that's a hot shot for Rune, right? And this Alice might pick up an Orb Ponder as well.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of options for the side of KLB to be taking here, but there's just so much that you need to consider, right? The dangerous missile prop, obviously specialized training isn't in play anymore for Kai, but missile prop alone can already be enough to be a big threat, and the extra special just being consistent pressure that they can put down. So interesting to see how it's gonna match up, considering
cast the last thing.
What a nasty, nasty banish from the side of Llama, taking out the entirety of Fury and essentially solo scoring that. That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, 3-man banish with Castellas just means that Scream Elves gets all the room to work with, and then the unstable anomaly to top it all off, despite Zarhainif's attempts to scale. But one thing I do want to comment on, right, regarding that draft is something that may be a little lesser looked at, is the fact that Scream Elves has a Dash Awakening. Yes, it's not Explosive Entrance, but still, Chrono Boost is a Dash Awakening, and now that means that Scream has way more map presence as a Zentaro.
Yeah, and it really adds to the comp that KLB is playing as well, right? As his other two picks on that team are a little bit less mobile, so having that dash extension is going to allow for a lot more playmaking utility. Llama's doing a really good job trying to hold it up front. Lei holding it down in the back now on this player disadvantage that they're trying to play through. Lei coming in with a flip, trying to get it out of the fields, maybe setting up Alps for a nice attack, but Fang being very calm and collected, taking this flip and sneaking it past Lei. Very unfortunate. You do not like to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, the first thing, it went right past Lamacraft. Not going to blame him for that, because that was just a really good redirect out by Zarhainif. But missing that Astral Production, that is a really bad mistake to have there. And Lei getting absolutely punished for it.
Yeah, most definitely. And now Sake with flip in front of goal, or in front of the last barrier here as well. Is he going to end up using it to secure it? He will, and now it's going to get a little bit dicey for the side of KLB. If they end up losing this points, they are 1 goal away from losing game 1. As Alps finds a nice little double barrier, really well executed, also doing a lot of damage to Fang, putting them out of commission. Is KLB going to be able to find this score, though?
I mean, they might be able to. Scream Elves is basically in that 1v1, but not for long, as Zarhainif comes back to reinforce, but the banish means that, Scream Elves almost finding it, but the goal arc actually saving them for the time being. Now, the great 3-man defense is coming out of Fierce Fury, and they do clear it out for now. This glitch pop means that it goes back to Layfire, and now Sake is able to work up through this midfield for a little longer. Bang is finished off, but this core is really nowhere to be seen for KLB, right? They need this goal right here if they want anything to happen this set. But the side of Zarhainif, the side of Sake, they're defending this really well.
Yeah, Alps was fighting to get this Fang off the map for a solid minute or two, but it doesn't really matter if the goalie is out, if your midfielder and forward can do the job just as well, right? Holding it down and completely being able to defend off the skull until Fang is up again, but Alps using his ultimate, using his primary to sneak it past Fang on the side of the net, taking another goal, which is also important for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I think one thing I also really want to call attention to is just how good Llama-Craft's teleports have been on this rune, right? The reason Alves was able to get that score to begin with was because Llama-Craft had this TP down to the bottom side where he was in position to collect it on that midfield.
Yeah, Llama doing a lot of good work as well, covering, finding a nice little flip here as well to create an open net situation.
Ooh. Oh, great flip out by Layfire means they don't lose the double barrier. But as I say that, the flip out by Sake means that they do. Yeah, Llama-Craft now pushing this back up. The Giga Blast means that Sake is able to work with it for just a moment. Zarheinef has this flip, has the Firewall Sentry in this corner. Flip. Oh, the Firewall Sentry detonates it a little too early. But this might be fine as Sake still keeps going forward. And now Llama-Craft is staggered. He's about to die. Screamhouse working this bottom side. Has a flip really close. Oh, the flip having to be burned by Fang with a great pillar out by Llama-Craft. Now defending that. Scream has this flip. And flip. That's bottom corner. And that's the first set for KLB that they've taken off of Fierce Fury.
And that is such an important set to be taking here as well, because there are still plenty of Awakenings for a Zentaro that's looking to kill. They're still on the board, right? You're looking at stuff like Heavy Impact or Stinger that is in here. 1-2 punch. There's a lot of stuff that Alves can start to look towards now to even be even more so of a kill threat and even be more of a problem for the side of Fury to deal with.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch being taken there. The Aimi getting explosive entrance is really terrifying. Now this rune going Twin Drive, I guess anticipating that it's just going to be denied away from the Atlas, but this still leaves this X with Stinger if he really wants.
Yeah, the Twin Drive is kind of a mixed bag, right? It denies it from Atlas, but it also allows Llama to be so much more controlling in the midfield, right? As you said before, he's doing a lot of good job being everywhere on the map where he needs to be with really smart secondary placements. Having that Twin Drive available for him is also going to make that his job a lot more easier there, and he's going to be ever more so present.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, the side of KLB is getting beaten up a little bit, right? Having to burn a lot of their evades, and now Sake finding an insane double barrier into a kill, into a goal. A great
It's not that difficult to score if there's no goalie in net anymore.
Exactly. And now getting 2 Rampage stacks, right? He's not kicking himself for not getting that big fish. He's able to keep it going. And also the orbs reset on Layfire.
Yeah, that's going to be a major factor for the side of the defense now. And keep in mind, there still is the extra special on Aimi, right? These turrets are being so incredibly difficult to deal with as the side of Fury just continues up pressure through the bottom there, taking both barriers and a quick goal, putting them at a swift match points. They didn't take this last set too well. They want to end it now.
Yeah, I mean, 2 goals in I think 30 seconds or so. It's absolutely insane. But KLB might have something to say about it as they do get this double barrier. Little bounce means that Llama-Craft does have to walk back a little bit. But now teleporting up, ready to make this offense happen. A great Celestial intervention intervenes with Fang's attempts to kill Llama-Craft. Now Layfire pushing up. Has his flip ready. But Zarheinef says, you know what? I'm not letting you use that on offense.
Oh, the slight miscommunication there and how they should execute that attack, but still looking decently well on the side of KLB. Lay holding it down really well as Fang is now getting low. Alves flips in front of net, doesn't quite get it past the side of Fury, but Fang is most likely out as he gets funnied a lot by the bounce until he eventually falls. Is KLB now going to be able to find this goal that they very much need to, or is Zar going to be able to hold it down? A little bit of an unlucky bounce there to set up the attack, but really nice passing play from the side of Llama and Alves. It gets them the goal as they are now looking at a potential reverse sweep within the set.
Yeah, clean 1-2 punch out by Llama-Craft and Screamhouse, right, as they push it forward. Now, Llama does seem to be continuing this offense and just teleporting really well, as I can't stop mentioning it, right? But this flip means that the second barrier is down, and now we are on game point, right? And Llama-Craft with a great vanish means that the second barrier is down on the opposite side. Flip, where does this go? Down to Scream. And oh no, that slides just past Fang, and it goes in, taking us to 0.5.
Excellent placement from the side of Alves there to just get it just barely outside of the reach of Fang. Now giving them the chance to take the second set and put this game into a set 5, but they still need to find it now. Find it though, and energy advantages are looking beneficial for the side of Fury.
Oh, that's one. This X very scary in this corner. That's the flip. Oh, gets saved out by the pillar, right?
Yeah, what an unstable anomaly from the side of Lamacraft there, being able to hold that barrier down when Lei couldn't anymore. And now we're on the offense on the side of KLB. Lei also making up that aggressive push. Are they going to be able to find the core past Fang, though?
Yeah, a little dangerous, right? But Zarheinef gets taken off, right? This might be exactly what KLB needs. Oh, Screamow's a little too short, isn't able to get that. Now Fang has his flip ready in case he needs it. Screamhouse is looking really low. Could get flipped right off the map. Could get X Maximus off the map. And now it's a power play on the opposite side. The adrenaline flowing through Sake's veins. Lamacraft, Layfire have to hold this on the defense if they want any chance of staying alive. A great bounce means that for the time being, Layfire can hold this Firewall Sentry topside. Glitch Pop topside. Flip topside. Saves it. And now Sake is looking really low. A great defense, but it's not over yet. In this corner, Sake needs one strike, gets that barrier, and that's the end of the game.
Really great patience from the side of Sake there to take this last barrier. Lei was a little bit too impatient, striked early, and Sake, calm and collected, takes the barrier and sets himself up for a Game 1 victory. Incredibly entertaining match, though.
Oh, very entertaining, and I think, yeah, KLB maybe not a little bit happy, or maybe not that happy with this game, but all things considered, having taken a set off of the team that has only dropped sets to 2 teams, I think that is pretty good, right? Pretty good achievement.
Yeah, most definitely, and keep in mind, this also was, I believe, the map pick from the side of Fury. So it really is kind of like a statement from the side of KLB, right? And if anyone was still a little bit doubtful if KLB is deserving to be in the playoffs, really the statement has been made to say, no, we are here, we are the top 4, within the top 4, and we're here to compete. We're not just here to play against Fury and go into the loser side.
The one thing I do kind of want to mention, right, is just that I don't know how much map pick really matters as much in EU, because it is a lot of the same maps that are being played, right? A lot of, like, most of the teams have really overlapping map pools, right?
Yes, most definitely.
If this was something like a Fury Night Market, right, which, yeah, some other teams like it, but Fierce Fury is really known for that Night Market, then, yeah, I would say, oh, yeah, this 3-1 set, amazing, KLB. But I think KLB also doesn't mind Taiko, right? We saw all the stuff that Llama was cooking, right? With this Asher, with this Dubu, and I mean, now this Rune, one of his OG picks.
Yeah, most definitely, right? But it's still gonna be entertaining to see how this is gonna continue to play out, and just gets me ready for the next few maps as well, right? Being the third team to take a set off of Fury is definitely no small feat, no matter the circumstances.
And I mean, I think KLB is really hoping they can go even further, right? And at least take off a game, maybe even the series, right? But for that, right, they need to go into this Atlas Lab map with some sort of game plan, right? And now, with Atlas Lab being a map that is less centered around kind of pushing the core in through these corners, how do you think KLB should change up their game plan, if at all? Or just run things back?
I feel like in terms of what KLB should be doing for the side of Atlas Lab, I feel like you just want to enable Llama as much as possible. So you want to give him something. You want to give him something that has a lot of mobility to it, right? It is gonna maybe be a bit difficult to execute something like a Kai on Atlas's Lab, as kill is very much a threat that you need to be considering on a map like that, and not necessarily the most survivable, the striker that survives most situations. But I feel like enabling Llama to do his magic in the midfield is definitely going to be a key thing that KLB should be looking out for. Also, not to mention, I feel like Zar's Amy has been doing a lot of incredible work for the team of Fury. So maybe there's an angle as well there where they can start attacking that Amy, ban it, or even take it away to not allow Zar his priority pick on a map like Atlas's Lab, where Amy still holds a lot of value.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they can kind of go with what they did, because if I recall correctly, I think for this map, Amy was that first pick, right, for Fierce Fury?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so KLB has this blue side, I'm assuming. Oh, actually, no, KLB opted for red side on Fury's map pick, so Fury might just take blue side again. Because I think the problem was, right, this Amy is really good, but they banned out the Sake Kazan, right? Yeah. And the Sake Kazan, I think, is widely considered to be arguably the best pick out of everyone in this team, right? Just being able to mix up everyone, even at this level, right, where you have a lot of top players, they still get mixed up by Sake's Kazan, and that is a problem. And I wouldn't be surprised if KLB chooses to ban it again, thinking, we could probably try running it back against the Zara Hynef Amy. It's possible. We did take a set. We almost took 2. But yeah, I don't think, as far as I know, I don't think Llama plays now, but I think a now would be a great pick if he did want to pick it.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with whether Llama does play now or not, but Llama has also played stuff like the Rune, right? Stuff like the Octavia.
Exactly.
I wouldn't be very surprised if it is within his arsenal to pull out a now here, to give themselves a little bit of a beneficial situation.
There we go. The run back on the draft, right? Juno ban, Kazan ban, into Imi first pick, right? And we'll see, if Layfire does want to deny this Atlas again, or if he wants something else, right? Maybe something more offensive like a Vice, if that's the alley he wants to go up. But again, if he goes this Vice, now he has to deal with the Atlas on the other side, right? Stopping them from dying.
Yeah, it's so the Amy first pick also allows the Fury so much flexibility, right? You can play Amy in a full kill comp, or you can play Amy in a more controlled environment. And the interesting thing here is to see what is KLB going to opt in for. Are they going to look to more control the core, or are they just going to look to get the kill advantage and play off of man advantages? But locking in the Sky looks to be like a little bit more of a control side. Then again, they match it with the Zentaro almost immediately, so they still have all their cards open. More interestingly, as well enough, Llama being a really good Kai player allows this to be a flex pick, right? They could still look at what the entire comp of Fury is going to be, and then decide, okay, maybe we want the Kai on Layfire in goal.
Exactly, yeah. And we are going to be seeing the Fang Estelle goalie, right? This is a pick I've always loved to see, right? Estelle goalie is notoriously not an easy pick because you have to play it a lot differently than both other ranged goalies and other melee goalies. It is somewhat similar to Kai, in that really your goal is to stop the core before it gets to the enemy, but it doesn't have the same level of offense as like a Luna or like an Imi or Vice, right? And yeah, topping it off with the Sake Erasmus, and then this might just be Layfire, Kai, and Llama Rune.
Yeah, they are running back the Rune. It looks like the history that was being played out on the side of Taiko was enough to convince Llama to have the run back on the Rune on Taiko Temple. Not so on AtLab. Not so sure how good the Rune functions on a map like AtLab, but
yeah, it's
going to be very interesting to see if he's going to be able to still take advantage of that. It's going to be difficult for Fang to defend against a well-played Rune, though, right? You don't really have a lot of very strong forces. You have a lot of singular hits that have a little bit of distance to them, but if you have a pillar in front of you, you can't really do much against it.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's like the Estelle, right, Crystal Thorns is usually your best bet, but if this Rune gets something like a Rapid Fire, it is really tough. And then if it's this Imi, it is really tough to kind of defend against these pillars, and a well-placed pillar just means that you will have to commit your Firewall Sentry, which you really do not want to do on that defense. And I think this is kind of why they decided, okay, let's put Layfire in this Kai and Llama on the Rune, because regardless of if it is Estelle or Imi goalie, this should be really good for Rune to do offense against.
Yeah, exactly. KLB was just kind of feeling out the team comp that Fury is going to end up playing, and now realized, hey, Rune is very much doable here. It's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out, though. Also curious how much a siege machine would do for the side of Llama if he does opt to take it, or if he's just gonna go consistency, stacks, mobility, making up for the low mobility that someone like a Rune has, excluding really well placed teleports.
Yeah, no, that's very fair, right? And I think the reason why a lot of these teleports are really good out by Lamacraft is, again, on Taiko Temple, right? You only have 2 sides you can go. And, well, one side you're going to be covering, the other side your teleport will usually be in a good position to receive. And since, Llama has been recognizing these, where the core is moving, he has been able to teleport really well and just get these offenses to continue going, right?
Yeah. Most definitely. I'm also kind of curious to see how well the Alf Centauro is gonna do, right? Because if I'm thinking of like a solid forward pairing, I'm not really thinking of something like a Rune Centauro mix-up, right? We've seen it work decently well on Tycho due to the restricted movement of the core, due to the middle bounces and everything. Now on a more open map, I'm curious to see if that's gonna work out just as well. Or even if it's just going to be a comfortability factor, right? Alves loves himself some Centauro gameplay. So maybe all of that synergy doesn't really come into play because Alves is just so confident, so good on the executing that Centauro pick that it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so quick thing I want to mention here, right? Llama-Craft is the only one that did not opt for stacks, right? And I think this is just because, you know, Siege Machine is kind of a timeless creator light in a way. And he really just wants that, but he has to be really careful in not losing the speed warp, right? And I think that's also why he opted for this Mag Souls, just to be able to maintain that speed in that midfield when he's moving that way.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be difficult in a game like Stacks, right? Because it's just the gameplay is just gonna move up so fast, gonna scale so hard. So having something missing that movement speed is definitely not going to make his life very easy, as one barrier falls, but Lei confidently walking up and returning it immediately against Fang.
Yeah, and this is the offense we're kind of seeing, right? This Rune, this Centauro, so many hits, it just means that Fang and Zarhanef either have to clear away or just lose that regardless. And ooh! Scream reading the play, but isn't able to get this on the right timing for that slashing strike. But does get it forward, forces that Rose Warp out by Fang, but Fang just keeps clearing it.
Ooh, and a well-timed flip there saves the barrier for now, but are they going to be able to hold it down any further? No, enough pressure takes it eventually, and we're now in a 2 open net situations. Llama also needs to be a bit careful here. He's getting rather low. Finds himself an orb. There's going to be flips on the board soon from both forwards. Question is who's going to get it first and who's going to make it more meaningful.
Yeah, that's very true, right? Now Scream having this flip. Oh, and a great Giga Blast means that Leifire saves it for the time being. And now Zarhanef is getting taken kind of low, but Scream has a flip for the offense, misses that flip, but Llama still has one of his own in case he needs it, and this Firewall Sentry getting completely countered by this pillar, and now Leifire has to use these abilities right, and a great shot out by Scream means that Fang is forced to use a flip of his own, but Scream is looking really low. Llama, Scream, opposite side, and just mix up fam!
Really well executed from the side of Llama here as well, right? Playing with this portal around so well and just being that diverse pressure that you can put out on a character like Rune. And it's just so difficult to deal with if you are playing something like Estelle and Gold. Exactly,
right? It's just a great series of plays, you know, learning how to kind of abuse this Estelle goalie who notoriously is relatively good on offense, but if they don't get a chance to go on that offense, it's just, what's the point, right?
Ooh, and a massive kill found by the side of KLB here, putting themselves in a man advantage. Are they going to be able to find that second barrier, though, or is Fang and Saki going to be able to hold it down? The Giga coming in for a little bit of extra pressure, the pillars being placed down to cover all the angles, but Llama needs to be a bit careful here. He's getting a bit low again as the damage just kind of trickling in from all the AoE attacks that the side of Fury is using to control the core.
I mean, similar with Sake too, right? Not AoE, but Sake's taking a decent amount of damage as well, and so is Scream, right? Both brawlers taking damage, and now a great death touch means that they might get this first barrier, but not if Leifire has anything to say about with a great clear, forcing Fang to burn a flip of his own, and that could be the double barrier. No. And now Sake is staggered, no energy, but oh, I was going to say that barrier might fall, and it does in the end with a great Cyber Stripe out by Zarhanef, and now this banish isn't enough, and Sake doesn't die. And that core goes into the top side. A great play out by Zarhanef.
Yeah, slight miscommunication for the side of KLB, who's going to cover which side. Opens up this ever so slight angle to score, and the side of Fury just immediately recognizes that and takes advantage of it.
Exactly, right? And oh, a great clear out by Leifire, right? Just sneaking it by the members of Fierce Fury, and oh, almost gets punished, but a great unstable anomaly means that Leifire is able to hold it for the time being.
He's not quite able to get it out just yet, though, as Sake is just continuously positioning himself well to just shut down any kind of clear that they find, as Alps now finds a barrier and is looking for a second one. The Amy turret is going down, though, but it doesn't really matter due to Sake finding a huge kill. But again, nice flip from the side of Alps, takes the barrier, while the black hole takes out Zara out of the equation. Now there's going to be a roughly 5-second man advantage from the side of KLB. Are these 5 seconds going to be enough to score, though?
But keep in mind also, Zar's stacks got reset, right? So now Llama not having stacks is not really a big deal, right? Because neither midfielder has it.
A lot of damage just being pumped into both the forwards. Lay's opting to be a little bit more aggressive here, maybe looking to use his flip a bit more aggressively. As a nice banish, finds some good damage on the Zar here as well. Alf's fighting for his life though up front, and Zar finds a nice little jump to take Llama out of the equation. Is Saki going to be able to cleanly solve this? No, Lay saves it. Alf's with a nice pass deny in the middle there. Again, doing a really good job cutting off any kind of passing play for that Fury could be looking for. And Lay confidently and calmly in the back, taking all the cores away from the goal that are coming his way.
Yeah, but I don't think Leifar should have much left for this next offense. Maybe a barrage, and there's that barrage that's being committed. If this gets to Sake here, who almost has a flip ready, this is going to be looking really dangerous. This firewall sentry popped on this bottom side. A great defense out by Lamacraft, out by Scream Elves. And now Zarheinef almost has a flip of his own, but might have to use it defensively to get it up to Sake, and that's a flip. That's almost a goal. The eject perfectly timed, and now the unstable anomaly keeping it forward. But this might not be enough. Oh, that touch just barely misses. Scream trying to keep this forward, but it does go up to Sake, and a great barrage, but not enough as it slides just past Layfire.
Layfire is playing out of his mind, but it just wasn't quite enough for this point specifically. But it's looking like quite the task for the side of Fury to find these goals, right? They really need to set up their attacks properly and execute on them. Because as we've seen a few times, just random little cores coming up isn't necessarily going to be enough to get past a player like Layfire.
Exactly. But yeah, now Lamacraft, right, taking out Zarheinef, but they do lose a barrier in this power play. Not really what they want to be seeing. And now this Oni's played Sad Boys angle. Now this Firewall Sentry being popped. This means that Lamacraft has to get out of there. The flip being used by Scream is actually enough. And now Lamacraft going down to this bottom, getting very damaged and looking a little bit low. Layfire on this top side, waiting. Almost has this flip, has to eject back so they don't have to do a walk of shame. Might have to use this flip defensively. Where does this go? Right past everyone is a great clear out by Layfire. Means that KLB has more time to work with.
Yeah, this, again, really a defensive masterclass from the side of KLB, but eventually the barrier does drop. The question is now, is Fury going to be able to find this goal and take the first set, or is KLB going to be able to force goal 5? Ever so slightly, the core bounces through the Amy turrets with the Erasmus primary and finds the very top angle, taking the first set for the side of Fury.
Yeah, and I mean, just well played all around for Fierce Fury, but Quick Strike, Hot Shot, both available, right? And it looks like Fang is opting for this Hot Shot to make it so that, you know, this core, whenever it comes close to my primary, it is not staying there for long. Now this 1-2 punch and Quick Strike going to the side of KLB, I think that Sake might not have fun with Layfire having Quick Strike.
Sake is most likely not going to have a great time, and neither is Fang, due to Zentaro getting a 1-2 punch, right? There's going to be a lot more kill pressure now as well. And Alf can opt to maybe be a little bit more of a nuisance now, just opting to go for a lot more kills, right? And as you said, already mentioned it before, on a start like Stacks, getting these kills has insane value to it, right? Resetting that movement speed is going to allow for so many more faster plays for your side of the field that the enemy can't really keep up with anymore.
Yeah, and I think overall, I would say KLB maybe slightly won that draft, right? You know, this Kai getting Quick Strike, Zentaro getting 1-2 punch, and then the Monu on Rune as well, which is probably just going to be red core. I think it was already red coring in overtime. So I think with a little bit more power, that'd be guaranteed red core. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more struggle in defending these tight corners if Lamacraft plays it smart like that.
Yeah, most definitely. And Lay again making really good use of the eject button to take that barrier, but Sake Calm and Collective finds the angle through Lamacraft to take the first goal in this set.
Yeah, just great play out by Sake, right? Winning that 1v2. KLB really kind of have to start playing out of their minds if they want to win this, and that's not what we want to see. We don't want to see Scream Alps going like that. But Lamacraft and Layfire, they've shown what a defensive masterclass they've performed so far. And getting it just around that Firewall Sentry, that means it's just timed out. And now Scream Alps is respawned and is ready to get back into action.
Yeah, and KLB overall just doing a really good job at denying Zar his turrets, right? Also, maybe in part maybe that was part of the reasoning for the rune pick, because every single turret that Zar has been able to put down so far has either been played around excellently or just been getting rune pillared. And then that ability, in terms of just forcing it through, obviously loses a lot of value, as Sake now needs to be a little bit careful to not die here.
Oh, what a save out by Fang. I surely thought that was going to hit the barrier. And now Layfire pushing up, ejects back, and now Scream is staggered and looks to be taking a bunch of damage and might be taken off the map. They're standing right on the black hole. That's not where they want to be. And a flip forced out by Fang. Actually gets the barrier, and a barrier returned back. Sake has this flip. A pass from Zarheinef is all he needs. But we're not seeing that just yet as Scream continues dribbling it up this top side. Sake gets this flip. Where does this go? Bottom side. Flip answered by Layfire. It does come back. This is not enough. Glitch pop. Not there to answer. Now this flip almost built by Zarheinef. Zarheinef burning it for the evade to buy it for later. And now Scream Elves also almost has their flip. Llama and Layfire have to make this 2v2 defense working. But they won't, as the Firewall Sentry sends it through.
Yeah, a little bit late to react there to save this core, as we're now looking at set point for the side of Fury. KLB really needs to start finding these goals, right? They're taking a lot of good chances, taking barriers when they can, but they can't really get it into the net at the end. As a lot of damage is being pumped into Llama now. Llama taken out of the equation. A lot of pressure from the side of Fury as well. Coming up with Erasmus, trying to hook Lay to deny it. Alps finds a nice little clear through the bottom, but still, incredible work needs to be displayed for the side of KLB here to hold this goal as they do. Al's still fighting very much for his life, though, as it stands right now.
Yeah, just as the start of that round happened, Alves is still fighting for his life, and now great clear up by Layfire means that KLB can fight for their lives for a little longer. It's Firewall Sentry being used defensively, and Zarheinef is taken off the map now. And now Scream Alves with a great pass from Llama gets this barrier, and now they almost get this goal. Looking into that bottom corner, great save out by Fang. Means that we do have to see more passing plays, or not, as Fang looks to clear to Sake, but Lamacraft intercepts it.
Really good aggressive step forward from the side of Llama here to just take the score before it gets to Sake and just put it nicely past Fang.
Yeah.
Let's see how this plays out though for the kickoff. A nice banish finds both the goalie and the midfielder taking one of the barriers, and again, Zara has to be a little bit careful here. He's getting a bit low. So Alps might be looking to go for a kill here, and he does find it, creating a man advantage. Now Lay maybe looking to run up with an eject button. He's holding it back for now, as all of the abilities are kind of coming out, trying to get this core past Fang, but not quite finding it. Still, though, they are looking at a lot of the damage advantages that they were able to create, but a really well-placed turret continues to hold up pressure and creates a lot of damage for the side of Fury as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Zarheinef not having the stacks meant that he just can't really run away from the damage, right? There's nothing he can do. And once again, he's taking all this damage with nowhere to run. Layfire pushing up as this stacks, has this flip ready, but doesn't even need it, as Zarheinef is popped off the map and Scream pops the core into the goal.
Yeah, really well played. Trapping the momentum as well that was established in the set and completely changing it in KLB's favor. Not only are the stacks reset, they also are looking at an energy advantage, right? Layfire does have a flip, so maybe he's going to be able to look to use it and find something. He does flip, not quite finding a barrier, but they still find a power play in through just pure damage. As Fang now again low energy, Zentaro in his face, pillars in his face. Is he going to be able to hold it, or is Lay going to be here to assist with scoring this? Really nice jump from the side of Zara, but Sad Boys it unfortunately. Are they going to be able to get this core up front, as Fang is really just struggling to stay alive against the Zentaro? Getting a little bit more survivability in his favor though now.
Oh, there goes Layfire. There's no goalie. We just have forwards in the net, and Scream isn't able to save that. And now in a 3v2, this is the 3v2 that Fierce Fury needs to convert off of. Lamacraft almost has his flip. One more strike should be everything he needs to get that flip. He's not getting it yet though. It might be too late. 2 flips burned. Lamacraft still no flip. Layfire has to hold on for a little longer, and there's that flip. The flip is ready. Lamacraft, where does he send it? Oh, it gets popped, and a great death touch means the death of KLB for set 2.
Sake finding a nice play around Layfire here, just finishing off this much-needed goal and putting them into a 2-set advantage. This is gonna be a bit scary now, but again, the draft is coming up. and there are quite a few picks that are looking interesting. The first that I'm looking at is, again, a perfect form. If that goes through to Zentaro, maybe there's a little bit worry. And Zar agrees with me there, completely denies it off of Zentaro, but that opens up more cooldown to Rune with Twin Drive and Catalyst onto Zen.
Yeah, unfortunately no Quick Strike Catalyst on Layfire, but the Catalyst is still insanely good on Zentaro, more flips. Orb Dancer, though, for Fang is a little bit spooky, right? Because out of the 3 members of Fierce Fury, Fang is the one that hasn't died that much, right? So he will be able to keep these stacks, like, for quite a while. And now this banish onto Sake means that this offense can continue going. Will they get any barriers here? That's 1, maybe 2.
The pressure, you can just really see the pressure that he can put down with these pillars, right? Llama placing him really well and just being this, especially with Monumentalist and Siege Machine, just being this massive wall that he somehow need to be able to get through. But Sake playing really well, just reading Layfire's moves and getting that top barrier. Is KLB going to be able to defend against this force, though? A really well placed Amy turret here, but it doesn't really matter when the Alps just finds the flip to take Amy off the map. Oh, and a really nice banish as well. Lay running up to flip and finding the goal.
Yeah, KLB unhappy with the outcome of the previous set, right? After how well they played to almost come back, you know, Sake just pendulum swinging Layfire off the map and then converting. They find their first goal, and now let's see if they can find more.
Yeah, they do. Fury does find a quick first barrier, but KLB not letting go of that second one. As they're getting a 3-man push through the top. You cannot get the core through that. Fang barely finding the save there, though, with a flip. Still losing the barrier in the end. Is Fury going to be able to find the second barrier? Are they going to be able to be played around? Lay running up, unstoppable, denying the stagger, but barely getting past them and taking the top barrier anyways. Sake in front of goal now with a flip. Is he going to use it? Really great unstable anomaly from the side of Llama, though, to hold the goal still and give KLB a fighting chance.
Yeah, but there's still more abilities on the side of Fierce Fury for this offense, but the side of KLB has flips, right? That's the first one, intercepted by Zarhynef, but now Zarhynef is staggered and looking kind of low. Lamacraft needs this pass down, needs something to scream, but Sake doesn't want to let things go. He wants to keep this offense going. That's Zarhynef just flipped off, right? And this banish having to be evaded from. Lamacraft, Layfire keeping this offense going, right? They don't want to let the side of Fierce Fury get another goal, and that's exactly what KLB wants, securing the second goal for the set.
And now they're looking to take the entire set on its own, right? And there's still a few awakenings that can very much give their team comp a little bit more life in this game. But for that to really matter, they need to find this last goal here, as they're playing around the black hole very, very strongly without ever popping it. But Zentaro going off the edge of the map, putting a man advantage on the side of Fury.
Yeah, stacks being reset now for Zentaro. This is exactly the problem we were talking about on the side of Fierce Fury, and that's just a pillar taking Zarhynef off the map. First barrier, though, and Sake still has things to show. He wants to continue this offense, and a great unstable anomaly means that's the second barrier. This could be the set point that we see. Zarhynef pushing forward, tries to get it down to Sake. There's a flip for Layfire, doesn't need it, as a great clear out by Lamacraft, holding them for the time being, and that pillar just lasting forever.
Yeah, Llama is doing so much controlling the core with these pillars as Lay runs up with his eject button, tries to use a flip to get the goal in, but doesn't quite find it. Well defended from the side of Fury, but the attack hasn't stopped just yet. A good banish from the side of KLB takes out Sake as the core dances on the goal line, not quite going in as Fang still holds it. And now the abilities are going to be in favor for the side of Fury. Are they going to be able to find this goal now? Or is KLB going to find the angle through? Al sitting in front of goal with a flip. Looks for the pass, barely misses it. But of course, still going back to the side of KLB, and Alps cleanly scores it past Fang, taking this third set and putting them into another draft.
Yeah, there were quite a few mishaps there by KLB, but in the end, they did manage to kind of lock it in and grab that set, right? And their reward, hey, maybe the extra special, right, with these banishes that Lamacraft has been getting, right? Or just something like a peak, right, to survive and just get more speed. But no, also that extra special, it's also just a really good deny from Aimee. And between Rune and Kai, Rune would rather have it.
Yeah, most definitely. And also, right, a lot of the plays that have gone in favor of KLB's side came from a well-placed banish or a well-placed pillar, so having more availability on that banish is going to allow for even more offensive angles, as another offensive awakening finds its way onto Zentaro as well with that heavy impact. Alf's now basically being able to solo kill people if he finds the ability hits properly, so a lot to worry about for the side of Fury, as Lei finds a huge Giga Blast as well to take out Sake from the map.
But I mean, on the other side, right, this Aimee has this explosive entrance. We already saw the damage that she put onto Llama with it, and now getting the second barrier, right? But look at the damage coming out by Scream, right? Scream and Llama just pumping out damage onto Zarhynef, and that's the banish, right? Anything can be followed up by that? No, and oh, Zarhynef just sidesteps everything perfectly. And there's a flip. Where does this go? Zarhynef taken off the map, but barrier still open in favor of Fierce Fury. Great offense. Leifire running up. Has to eject back for safety. And that's the EI rush securing it by Scream Alves.
This is really well positioned for the side of Alves and Llama, right? And even Leifire running up, they're not really giving Fang any angles to clear. Everything is covered by either a pillar or a player. It's just so difficult for an Estelle to defend situations like that, as like another huge banish finds a kill and a barrier up top.
Exactly, right. Llama placing these pillars perfectly, right? And with this extra special, it's really good.
It just has so much to work with, and again, the pressure that they can exert with all these abilities. Fury now looking for an attack, find the barrier with a well-placed turret and good positioning from the side of Sake. Fang has to flip this to defend, but doesn't quite get it up front enough for it to score. But Zar holding it down in the midfield, making sure this core stays up front as long as they can, as Llama finds a huge unstable anomaly there to end up getting that barrier. Unstoppable, saving Leifire there from being eliminated as well. Another turret coming down, but immediately being denied by the Rune Tillers. Rune is looking to flip it out maybe, but a really well-placed glitch pop. Oh, what a beautiful glitch pop from the side of Zar to immediately shut that down and score.
Yeah. No, just overall well played by Zar, right? Scream and Llama just looking for that KO and Sake, and then Zar just finishing off all together. And Zarhynef taking more damage for his troubles, right? Almost has to burn this flip, and now no stagger left, and Llama just keeps pumping damage into Zar to no end. And that's the kill, right? Now, 3 members of KLB all pushed up here. They do get this barrier. That's the flip. Where does this go? It goes right into the net, and that's point 2.
I am really looking forward to these damage numbers from Llama. Llama is starting to make this rune pick look more like a damage pick than a control pick, because he's just executing it so well. He's just finding these kills and just placing these pillars so excellently to affect the core, while also making sure the enemy doesn't really have any movement to play around with. And obviously that being backed up by a really strong and aggressive Leifire with his eject button, and Alves just running around with his 1-2 punch heavy impact is just making it so good for the side of KLB, as Fury finds 2 barriers though, and is looking to find the goal.
Yeah, and now Sake basically in this 1v1, Zarhynef actually helping, right? This is a 2v3 at this point, right, in this offense, but Fang just running out, dancing with this Orb Dancer, but the clears keep coming out for the side of KLB. But this might be really tough as this Firewall Sentry's dropped, nothing to be gained from it. And a flip, where does this go? That's the barrier. This could be it. This could be everything for set 5. Oh, the flip gets saved.
Sake is also close to flip.
Yeah, Sake almost has this flip, right? We can't really know what'll happen here. A great clear out by Fang. Defended out by Scream Alves. They have to defend this, right? Zarhynef, Sake in this bottom side. Fang keeps shooting it forward. This Firewall Sentry getting dropped. Doesn't get converted by Sake.
Are they going to be able to find this goal though? Fang does have a flip to defend it if he needs to, and he ends up using it. A nice jump from Zar, tries to get the core, but doesn't quite hit it properly. Alves needs to be a bit careful, he's getting a bit low, but he's also about 1 hit away from finding a flip. He's in front of goal, is he going to find the flip? He does, and a huge banish takes out the people and scores!
Set 5, here we are. And let's see, who does this reward go to? Zentaro. There's a stinger still, right?
No, I don't think so, but there's still a lot of good options here either way, right? You have a rapid fire that you maybe don't want on the side of Estelle. You could also just opt for a little bit of a bulk up angle. Yeah, he does deny the rapid fire. That's so much damage that Zentaro can pump out now. Meanwhile, Rune finding himself Reptile Remedy for survivability so he can get taken out less. And it's honestly, the side of Fury needs to be a little bit worried, right? The momentum is completely shifted and it's just so difficult for them to play this out. They need to start considering the realistic fact that they can have their first game loss in this playoff and in the entire tournament.
Now, I almost feel like that might have been a misdraft, right? I feel like Sake really needed the size to actually be able to do anything, and Layfire opting for the team player instead. We'll see if he can get stuff going from it, but I don't know. It seems a little worrying now that Sake has a bit more size.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, right, that an Erasmus can exert with size, as you just saw right there. The question is it going to be enough? Because the team player also allows Lay for a lot more aggressive passing and passing plays, right? And just creating a lot more pressure, and if there's one thing that Nestel can't deal well with is just consistent extended pressure on the goal. So we'll see how this ends up playing out, but we're looking at, again, 2 open nets. Fang doing a really good job holding down this barrier, this goal, and Zar finds the flip to get it past Layfire.
Yeah, not much you can really do in that situation, right? A great dribble out by Zar means that he's close enough to activate that flip right in Lay's face.
Yeah, and at that point, there's really nothing you can do anymore. But energy not looking all too hot. Zar dying to the Unstable Anomaly there with the Banish. Really well executed from the side of Llama. They do find one barrier. Are they going to be able to find a second one? No, it just barely bounces past and takes one of their own. But still, Fang has about 1 of 8, needs to use it now. Alps uses the flip, tries to get the barrier, doesn't quite find it though. While Alps just continuing to harass Fang, trying to take him down. Moving back now, as they need to play a little bit more defensively. An Unstable Anomaly giving the core to the other side again though. And another great Banish. Picture perfect, same replication of the kill that they got on kickoff. A Banish into a pillar, taking out one of Fury's forwards. Really strong showing from Llama today.
Yeah, but most importantly, right, if the side of KLB can find a kill on the enemy goalie, but it actually looks to be their goalie that's being taken out, and now LlamaCraft has to defend this, doesn't really have abilities for it. But what I was going to say, right, if they can find a kill on the enemy goalie, that resets not only the stacks, but the orbs as well, right?
Yeah,
but this is really not what she wants.
Yeah, the explosive entrance there being just enough to take Lay off of the map, and now KLB again, they had the momentum going their way, but now it's getting a little bit worried again, right? Worrisome again. They can't really lose another point, otherwise they are 2-0 and down in the loser side. They're holding it down well, playing triple goalie right now. Al's is looking to flip it out, and Sake does die. Al still needs to be a bit careful, does also fall. We're still looking at a 2v2 situation here. A lot of pressure being put out from the side of Fury, but Layfire responding with a well-placed eject.
But like, look at the stacks economy, right? 2 fully stacked stacks on the side of Fierce Fury versus 2 almost empty stacks, right, for KLB. But we'll see if KLB can overcome this situation, right? Scream already taking so much damage, about to have stacks reset once more. And now Fang has this flip pushing up to kind of get his teammates the core. And that's up to Sake. And Layfire not in time for the flip as Sake just sends it right past him. A 2-0 for Fierce Fury. A little worrying, but still a great series of games regardless.
Yeah, considering the matchup that they've had in the group stage, right? KLB had a really good showing here. In the group stage, they ended up getting 3-0 twice this time around. They showed a lot of fighting spirit, right? They took 1 set in the first game and 2 sets in this one. Got even decently close to threatening the entire game on its own. So definitely not the result they were looking for, but a good sign for them for the future of the playoffs, right? Because they lost now, but they still go on to loser side. They're not out just yet.
And I mean, with the showing like this against Fierce Fury, either IME hitters or TMCT, right? Whoever loses that matchup has to be a little bit worried, right? This KLB the roster now looking to be among what was considered to be the top 3 at the start of the season. Right? Yeah, LlamaCraft just getting so many KOs, Scream as well, right? A combined 20 from the whole team, and when the most KOs on your team is a Rune, there's something to be said about that. Right?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen a Rune have double-digit KOs. 12 KOs is insane, which just kind of shows you the skill that Llama has on this character, right? Being able to find these finishing touches when Alves and Lay weren't necessarily able to look for them.
Yeah, exactly right. Just great showing overall from KLB. right? But Fierce Fury, right, closing out in the end, right? Fang with the stacks, with the Orb Dancer on this Estelle goalie, really showing why she is such a good offensive goalie. Just pushing up, continuing to get the core forward, and I feel like what might have turned it around in that case was maybe the hot shot almost, right? Just allowing the core to convert so quickly onto the other side means that the side of KLB doesn't have the chance to get the momentum shift, right?
Yeah, most definitely, right? Even though Llama has a really good execution play on Rune, right? You're still locked by your teleportation to be everywhere at once. So if your teleport isn't necessarily always set up perfectly, having that extra speed to switch sides can just completely take a character like Rune out of the play. And then maybe you're starting to force his entire to dash backwards to cover for it, but you also don't really want to do that. So a lot of the side switches that hotshot enabled ended up being a barrier or maybe even a goal that was being scored on. So overall, just really well executed for the side of Fury.
Yeah, I think just a great showing, right? And with that in mind, right, Fierce Fury, I'm pretty sure, yeah, we won't be seeing them this week anymore. Fierce Fury will only be seeing them next week in the winners finals versus the winner of our next match, IME Haters versus TMCT, right? And after that match, right, we'll be seeing our losers match, right? KLB versus whoever loses that. Now, with that in mind, we will be waiting for the teams to be getting ready. So, I suppose we can send it to a break.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our second series of the day, right? IME Haters versus TMCT. Just to kind of get things started, right? We already have this map draft done, and what a surprise, Taiko Temple, Oni Village. And then no Atlas Lab this time. We'll be seeing Clarion Test Chamber if we get to Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we love a little bit of a diversity in our region, right?
I think Clarion Test Chamber will be good enough, right? It has 5 maps in one. So maybe they count that as 7 maps.
At this point, we're taking everything that isn't Atlab, Oni, and Taiko to count as diversity. But yeah, overall, I mean, the draft is going as expected, right? Like, you have the night market and gates bans. People don't really enjoy playing those unless you are specifically like an expert on it. Taiko is standard, Oni is standard. The Atlab ban is probably just to change it up a little bit, and then TMCT opting to remove the Amy's app. All perfectly reasonable, right? And then at that point, Clarion's just kind of what's left over.
Yeah, and I think all of these really relatively neutral stages in general. Especially the Clarion, right? Yeah, Clarion is very wacky, but it's not typically a very snowbally map, right? Except for the Era variant, right? The rest of them are all very just play the game to play, right? And whatever happens, happens. Now, with that in mind, we'll be getting into Taiko's character draft relatively soon. Anything you expect to really happen? I guess you can't really see until we, okay, there we go. There's the explosive stacks.
There is an explosive. I am expecting a Zen banner pick, that's for sure. We're EU after all still. No, it's going to be interesting. Explosive allows for a lot more like just pure kill comp variations to be executed here. I'm also curious if we're going to see a Finny pick from the side of Vatsuro, as she's been showing to enjoy the pick on a map like Taiko as well. And obviously Finny being a really good character, having barely any cooldowns and continuously pumping out damage while also keeping core up front. So interesting to see how they're going to end up executing this draft here.
Exactly, yeah. Zentaro X, both Bryo picks, but there's a stacks, right? And okay, there's the IME being banned, right? A great user of the explosive entrance, not really wanting to give that to Alex, who we've seen his IME has been really good throughout this season.
Yeah, and having an explosive with an eject would enable them so much. And the Zentaro is going out now as well. Makes sense. You do not want to give a Zentaro an explosive start if you do not have to.
I think the other thing is I don't know if Cookies really plays the X nearly as much. Like, he probably has it in his arsenal, but when I think of Cookies, I've seen like the Zentaro, the Kazan, I think some Rasmus too, I believe. But yeah,
the Kazan is the first pick from the side of TMCT as well, so Cookies is just locking down his comfort pick. What I'm going to be interested in is seeing what the side of Amy Haters is going to lock in for their forward position, as we do not have Rekosep playing. We have Umi subbing in for Reko. So interested to see what they're going to opt to have him play. He's already shown quite a few different characters, including a Mako. Not sure if they're going to pull out a Mako in playoffs, though.
Yeah, I think we talked about it on one of the post shows, right? Umi is pretty sure that, his team won't be letting him play that Mako. But that means, where does he even go, right? The Kazan he played on this map too the other time is gone, right? Does he go for this X? Is there something else he wants to play instead, right? Maybe the Rasmus, which is not really a great pick, notably on this map. And yeah, we see this draft, getting followed up with the Vice Kai for Alex and Venom, respectively. And then, okay, there's the Asher. Yeah, a very solid pick on this map.
Yeah, and also he's very consistent, right? The Asher can just force into that corner and just get it through consistently. And looking at the side of TMCT, this is likely to be a now in goal, maybe, or an Estelle. Either way, whoever is in goal, they're not going to have an easy time dealing with something like an Asher in their face, right? You need to be able to get the core away from them before the core gets close to it, because otherwise Asher's just going to take that barrier away from you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was originally thinking this would be pretty cut and dry in terms of which of the two this would goalie, but now that I think about it, right, We know that, Giovanni is really known for this Estelle over the now. But Atsuru also has multiple good games of just the eject Estelle, right? But I think based on what this looks like is just Estelle is a very big comfort pick for Geo, and I think they will probably opt for that over the now for him.
Yeah, more than likely. I'm interested to see though how, like, at what level the kill threat is gonna be for the side of Amy haters, right? You have a Vice that can pump out a lot of damage. But both the Kai and the Asher, sure, they will put out a lot of damage. Asher actually puts out a surprising amount of damage without even realizing it at times. But it is going to be interesting to see how much you're actually going to be able to play for that kill. So kill kind of win con as well.
Yeah. Now, with regards to explosive versus stacks, right? At least my idea of who is going to be taking what is just, I expect, Kazan going stacks, right? Vice. It's tough. I'd like to say stacks, but the explosive is just so good in allowing you to move across the map. Kai is almost certainly going to be stacks. Now will probably be stacks. Estelle could be explosive if this is eject Estelle goalie. Otherwise, probably also stacks, and then stacks for Asher as well.
Yeah, I think the Vice decision is really going to come down to what their their win comp is going to be, right? I think if they're looking to just use Vice for the damage menace, just continuously apply pressure, just do as much damage as possible, then you're looking for the explosive entrance. If you're just having Vice be an option, but mainly looking to force, I think it's going to be a stacks. And there are still angles as well. You have to keep in mind. Vice could also be played in goal, right? An explosive entrance allows for. Oh yeah, true as well. It's a midfield and a goal angle then, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, other way around,
even in goal, right? Yeah, it could be midfield, but I was gonna say even in goal, right? The stacks is generally very valuable. But again, eject, explosive, allows you to cover a lot more. And if Alex plays this super smart, he can just take over the map completely. And this is, again, this is why he was voted as the #1 All-Pro goalie, right? Because of how well he's taken over the map in a lot of the games he's played.
Yeah, most definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, though, right? Because there are a lot of, comfort picks in here. There's a lot of, just strong meta picks in here as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this meshes out and how chaotic the level is going to be as well, right? Because it still is Taiko. There's very much a reasonable worry of it's just going to be so hectic that there's not a lot of coordination that can that can be played out with,
Yeah, and I mean, we are heading on into this game, right? Just loading up, figuring things out. Who do you expect to kind of be the person to watch, right? I know I mentioned Alex, right? But any other players you think are pretty big to be watching this match?
I would say it's going to be very interesting to see how well the Atsu is going to be able to perform. Mainly because the now pick is going to allow for a decent amount of healing against the KO angle, but also it allows for a lot more pressure if you execute the mines and everything right. So it's going to be interesting to see how that meshes, defending against something like an Asher and against something like the Kai barrages. So overall, just very excited. Also for context, Asher is Umi. Umi has just renamed recently, so that is the correct player.
Yeah, and I mean, just also as a quick mention, right? This now that does have their name off. This is Atsuro. Yeah. Looks like we are going to be playing this out regardless. There's going to be no remakes. And yeah, I guess with that in mind, right, Barry is being taken by the side of IME haters. This is looking really good for them as their opener.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll see how this goes out. Alex finds a nice little clear there, though, to get it out to the side of the MCT again. Nice barrage trying to take the goal there, but also being calm and collected and just clearing it out.
And actually, a really interesting thing here is no one on the side of IME haters opted for this stacks, right? Everyone went explosive entrance. So it looks like they are going for this full kill, but they don't need kills if they're just going to flip like that. And Look,
Yeah.
Venom's almost dead, but he has this full flip. Doesn't have to worry about dying now.
Yeah, and that flip is going to be such an important aspect as well for this next attack, right? Because on the map like Taiko, if you do find a nice angle for a flip, you can just take a barrier for free or even threaten to, depending on the situation. But a nice clear being found from the side of TMCT, but the flip from Venom taking out Geo.
Yeah, stacks reset for Geo, right? Which is a little tough to deal with now. And the Supernova being charged for this defense means that Umi actually gets to dash forward, get that first barrier. But looking a little low, has to just walk back, get this orb. But Venom just keeps this offense going for the time being, and now Cookies has this flip. Can use this for potential double barrier. Venom almost getting taken off the map, but looking okay for the time being.
Yeah, the one barrier does go down from the side of Amy haters, but TMCT needs to find a second one before being really a threat here. Cookies does look for the flip, finds the barrier, and they're setting up an attack. Venom covering the top really well there, but sadly doesn't quite get it out as Cookies reads that and puts the goal in.
Yeah, and I think one thing I really do want to call attention to here is because Umi went for this explosive entrance, and it's not something most people would think of, he can actually contest this Kazan in the kickoff, right? Because compared to something like the Asher, usually Kazan is favored because of the mobility in that kickoff, but Asher having the explosive entrance makes up for that.
Yeah. Most definitely, as Alex jumps forward here and finds a nice little ultimate to take out Geo out of the play. Putting them in a man advantage situation, they are still needing to take two barriers. Atsu finding a really nice angle there to get a pass, but still losing the bottom barrier, unfortunately, as Venom now has a flip, tries to confirm the kill on Cookies,
and there it is.
but doesn't quite get it himself. But Umi, calm collected, walks up, primary flip, and they're out. Man advantage for the side of Amy haters.
And I mean, again, the explosive entrance just showing why Umi went for it, right? He's using it so well to get around the map. It's like he is playing Zentaro.
Yeah, most definitely. And not to mention as well, the explosive entrance on Alex allowing him so much more pressure and so much more range. Every single time Atsu is looking for a clear, there's suddenly a Vice secondary on top of you. And what can he do at that point? That's such a difficult decision to play around with, right? As Amy haters finds their second goal in this set and are looking to take it.
Yeah. And oh, there's the double barrier. This could be the end of the set really soon. The explosive entrance breakthrough, not really catching anything though. And now Cookies continuing with this offense alongside Geo. That's the first barrier. Second barrier could be coming really soon. The sentry drone dropping it. And now Atsuro has this flip, but can't really use it as he gets the really awkward angle into his own net. Oh no.
Those edges on Taiko Temple are just quite annoying at times, as it just ever so slightly bounces wrong and goes in its own goal. That is unfortunate.
Oh, but the other side,
now,
right? Look
yeah,
at the now. The Monu has to be denied by either Vice or Kai.
Yeah, I was about to say, to some degree, it's kind of like it's a bit sad for now, right? That happened. Oh, it goes through. I did not expect that.
I guess the thought.
Yeah.
The thought process maybe is just, you know, can't let the catalyst get to the Asher, so we take it. Can't let the extra special get to the now, so we take it and then give her Monumentos. It feels really awkward, right? This now should not be having this Monumentos, but in the end does.
Yeah, I guess that they traded it for good awakenings as well, right? It's not like they took something that's not as good to allow it, because the Monumentalist would have been a completely empty awakening for both Venom Yami and Alex. So they opted to say, you know what, we're just going to take the guaranteed value we can get with the extra special and the catalyst. Sure, now does get Monumentalist. However, we can play around that properly if we do everything right. And we'll see if they're going to execute on that properly as well now. As Amy Hedge is looking for an attack. Barely not, the core barely does not go in, as Umirel is looking to get this last push in through the top. But Venom finds a nice little flip, takes out Geo off the map again. And it's a bit difficult for Geo. I think this is about the third time so far where Amy Haters just really found that angle to flip or kill Geo off the sides, which is just also difficult to deal with. As another Giga comes and takes out Atsu, scores it ultimately. Really well played from the side of Venom here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Venom, again, like, the side of Imi hitters as a whole is just using this explosive entrance so well. These Gigas, the abilities out by Asher, and then also just that flip, which is an impact as well, and I think does get affected by the explosive entrance.
Yeah, they're also just positioning really oppressively, right? It's so difficult for Otsu to really find an angle out of these attacks, especially considering that, again, now is really good at kind of denying the core from moving further before it gets to a bad spot. But if it is in a bad spot, it gets a lot more difficult. Asumi finds a really nice flip here to take the barrier and put an open goal on the side of TMCT.
Yeah, but Imi hitters is not out of the woods yet. I guess maybe now they are, with a great push up by Alex. Now has this flip. Is he going to score an Atsuro? But no. They do manage to clear it out for the time being. Venom keeping this core forward, has the flip ready. Any pass to Umi could probably end this point. And a great dimer up to the top side isn't enough. Almost bounces it perfectly. But now Venom almost is getting killed here by all this damage.
Really nice umbrella from the side of Cookies to take that barrier to create an open goal situation, as Alex barely just doesn't make it to the core and it just rolls to Geode for an easy goal.
Yeah, Venom getting taken really low by all that damage just means that he's kind of out of the action, and that allows Geo and Cookies to slot it through on that bottom side.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll see Amy Haters again putting up the pressure immediately, but Venom needs to be a bit careful again. He's getting a little bit low, right? He's taking a lot of damage from the Kazan. The Stell that ended up taking the Stinger as well is definitely also contributing to the survivability of him. And he doesn't really have anything to help him. He does have Catalyst, which just allows him to evade a lot, right? But there's still limits to that.
Yeah, Atsuro burning her flip, not really getting anything in terms of this defense, but the side of Imi Haters taking so much damage, not really being able to stay alive, and this could be the second goal, but great clear out by Alex and Venom means that they're okay for the time being. Umi getting bounced all around the map, but it might be okay as he actually finds himself in a good position. Atsu not able to defend that second barrier, and now Venom might be able to 1v3 this. Alex defending on this backside, ready with any sort of breakthrough, any explosive entrance. There's that supernova. Good defense.
The flip barely got being misfired a bit there, but Amy Haters holding it down. There's a lot of pressure being exerted to them, but they're positioning really well, right? Having a Kai in midfield as well allows for a lot more goalie options. As the core finds its way up to Umi, is he going to be able to do anything with it though? The bounces go up to Geo. Geo not quite finding the shot, but core now going back to the side of Team CT as Geo finds a nice little angle past Venom Yami to score their second goal here.
Yeah, honestly, that barrage not catching it was a little shocking to me, but Geo putting in some work, right? Getting that second goal, which means that they could get this set if they play that same way. And now Venom pushing up, has this flip down to the bottom side. Atsu isn't able to defend it. And now Umi with a top side shot. Cookie's not able to grab it with the crooked leverage in time.
A really nice angle from Umi there to get that core to the edge where no one can really grab it anymore. And next goal decides the sets. This could be a very dominant position for Amy Haters if they do find the set win, putting them into a 2-0 lead. But they need to find it first, right? TMCT is definitely fighting, and they have an energy advantage on the side of TMCT as well, right? So they were looking at basically 3 flips. As both barriers fall. Oh no.
Yeah, Atsu with a great sentry drone, allowing her to keep the core forward. Now Umi taking a lot of damage, could be taken off by a stray flip. Oh, living for the time being. The flip stuffed by the barrage. Venom keeping this fence going, and it just slides right past Alex. A great pokey stick from the press the point from Cookies.
They find the gaps in between the positioning of Amy Haters and just sneak the core in, giving them their first set here as well. And the question is, what awakenings are they going to get rewarded with?
Quick strike.
Quite a few on the board.
Fire.
Quick strike, rapid fire, twin drive, also not a bad choice. Perfect form, also something that you can maybe eye. You maybe don't want a perfect form to get all the way down to an Asher as an example. So interesting to see how these people will approach this draft.
Yeah, and then this peak performance is here too, right, if they want that. But no, Geo really recognizes he needs this reptile. He cannot die, right? Has the stacks, needs everything he needs to stay alive now.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to help him a lot. On top of that, Atsu did confirm herself with the rapid fire, which is going to even create so much more pressure from these primaries, right? just keeping the core on the enemy side. That's kind of what TMCT is playing for overall, right? You want to keep the core on enemy side as long as possible, because if it's on their side, you have so many utilities to continuously threaten a barrier or even a score, whereas it's so much more difficult for you to get it outside of your own half due to you having to go through an Asher and a Kai. Both picks that could also be played in goal, so obviously have some kind of natural skill towards defending. But Umi finds the gap up top and scores cleanly.
Yeah, I really like what Umi went for there, right? Going for that dribble up top, kind of mixing up Atsu in terms of where he'd send it, and then Atsu, she just wasn't really ready for it, and Umi gets that great breakthrough.
But the pressure's still being exerted for TMCT, right? Going immediately to that bottom half there, trying to get it through, but the bounce from the Vice ultimate does find the bottom barrier. Nice clear angle from the side of Atsu, but not quite enough to get it past all of Amy Haters, as slight miscommunication in positioning there allows Umi to find the gap between Atsu and Geo and score their second goal of the set.
Yeah, and I mean, double flip used, right, which does mean that TMCT is favored at least for a little bit, but the catalyst means that Venom can try to build this back up a little bit. Now that is that first barrier falling, right? Alex not really able to get things out at the right time, and there's the double barrier. A great Rose Warp out by Geo. The flip gets defended out by Umi. A great barrier beam. Now Cookies has a flip of his own, right? Can he use this? Venom is looking a little low. Flip, top side. Flip, answered by Alex. Venom living for the time being, but maybe not for long, as the crooked leverage takes him off the map for now. Supernova bounces it down this bottom side. Gets barely saved out by Atsuro. The path splitter, the barrier beam, everything. The power of the Sasher's defense getting shown. But now, the side of TMCT pushing forward. Can they defend this? And an attempted clear down to the bottom side is intercepted by Cookies.
Yeah, and at the beginning of that set, I wanted to point out the level differences as well that were active at the time, right? The last goal started off with all of TMCT being on that level 7 compared to Amy Haters all being on an average of roughly level 8, but that's immediately changed with this last set as well, right? Momentum definitely shifting a bit into TMCT's favor, but there's still an uphill battle as of right now, as it is a bit difficult for him to play out. A lot of damage coming out on both the forwards of Amy Haters, though. Definitely allowing them to start looking for this second goal in the set.
Yeah, and I feel like the stinger from Giovanni is really what's doing it in the end, right? All that damage coming out, and wow, that could save for the time being. Atsu getting saved by the drums. Alex needs to look for any sort of pass, and the flip late by Umi isn't able to save it.
Yeah, and that is now a bit worrisome for the side of Amy Haters, right? Energy economy is completely in TMCT's favor with a flip on Atsu and close to a flip on Cookies. Meanwhile, Umi doesn't even have an evade, and Venom only has one, and they find a nice angle in the middle of both of these two barriers, taking him out immediately. Atsu a little bit late on the strike there, looks to flip just to keep up tempo, and a nice strike from Geo to the corner puts it in, giving TMCT a set advantage and putting them one set away from taking this first game.
Yeah, and this is exactly what TMCT wants, right? Geo finally getting rewarded. This could be the hot shot. This could be the aerials. The prime time also available, right? All great picks, but it looks like maybe they just want to leave this prime time potentially for now, right? Rapid Prime, a great duo. And the hot shot, amazing core speed.
Yeah, most definitely. On the other side, Amy Haters, you do get a missile proportion on the Vice, which is going to help a lot with that damage as well that he can output. Primetime does end up finding his way onto Atsu, so there's going to be a lot of area control with those primaries. But Venom stacking himself with a little bit more speed, looking in that aerials. Venom at this point is going to be incredibly fast. Slick kicks, explosive entrance, chrono boost, and aerials all going his way, so he's really just looking to be everywhere on the map, essentially, and just taking control of the core whenever he can.
I mean, you saw that at the start of the set, right? Just how fast Venom is, and once again, Pops' blazing pace is so fast that he even just goes off the map, right, by Cookies. But now in this defense, a 2-3 defense, a great attempt out by Amy Haters, maybe not enough, as the Crystal Thorns find the second barrier, and this might be it. It just slides in slowly. Alex unable to get up to the core in time.
Yeah, really well placed mine as well from the side of Atsuro. They're guaranteeing them the top barrier and setting themselves up perfectly for that for the score right after. Alex now having enough, jumping up, trying to force a flip out of Atsu, and is being successful with it. Is TMCT going to be able to find an attack here, though? They do get one barrier. The flip goes out. Barrier saved for now, but eventually drops. Umi with flip in front of goal finds a pass to Alex, but Alex barely misses it. Is TMCT going to be able to recover from this, though? Or is it already too much damage done? Umi finds the touch on the core, doesn't quite get it into any dangerous situation. Sets in front of goal now out his abilities, but Atsu doing a really good job defending that. And a nice redirect from the side of Umi. Barely gets past Alex there yet again. Umi needs to be a bit careful here now with survivability. He's getting rather low.
Yeah, I mean, great passes out of the forwards down to Alex's teleports, right? But it's just slightly off and isn't able to score those. And now Venom pushing up a flip. The ego showing, isn't able to go enough. And oh, that could be the barrier. No. Great save out by Alex. The Supernova being burned. A great clear up to the top side. Buys enough time for Umi to come back. This power cord being used. The crooked leverage. Everything in this corner committed for this barrier. But now the side of IME haters is just going for this offense. And the kill means that they can secure it. That's also the stacks reset on Hatsuro.
Yeah, that is massive. As I was about to say, you can kind of see the speed of the game, right? Even though Venom does have a lot of speed utility, the stacks are just really coming into play, and TMCT is everywhere they need to be. But that Giga immediately removes that from Atsu, and now she isn't quite as mobile as she was before.
Yeah, exactly. And now, I mean, we see the side of TMCT, the Rose Warp, a little awkward as that flip also sends it right back to the side of TMCT. And now they need to get this core forward. Alex charging the Supernova, tries to keep it forward, but has to eject back for the time being. Cookies has this flip ready. Venom almost taken off the map, and actually punishes Cookies for his positioning, taking him off the map instead. And now gets it forward. Umi and Alex trying to push it forward, but aren't able to as it just comes back. And now Alex has to eject back, staying on this defense. This is not where the side of IME haters wants to be on the power play.
Yeah, the Geo and Atsu just doing a really good job in that halfway line, right? Just disallowing the core from ever really getting into those dangerous areas. And just being so oppressive with the way they're positioning, right? And if you have something like a Vice and Gold, there's just only so much you can really do to try to shove it through that. And Kai coming up to help with there obviously is going to solve a lot of your issues, but Venom finds a really nice Giga on the side of Geo, taking him off the map and putting another man advantage situation. Atsu finds a really nice clear though through Alex, takes the barriers, and we're on 2 open goals here. Cookie's trying to play through Alex reading it correctly, but Geo catching the core and confirming it with the beam.
Yeah, and I mean, we were starting to see what we saw in set 1, right? With the side of IME haters getting these kills with the explosive entrance. But in the end, you know, TMCT take it just through good fundamentals, and that's the flip, and that's actually just the game. I don't even get time to talk because we have a 6-minute point to end it all.
That was really well executed from the side of TMCT on the last point. They just really started being so much more oppressive once they started to get their awakenings, once they started to get the ball rolling. And them taking this first game is going to be definitely very good for the mental.
Yeah. You know, not really favored in this matchup, at least on paper, right? But, you know, now with Umi coming in instead of Rekko, little unfortunate for the side of IME haters, but Umi's still performing relatively okay that match, right? With the explosive entrance on this Asher, having a lot of good plays in set 1, and then even towards the end too, right? Still doing okay, but in the end, right? TMCT clutch it out, take this game 1. And yes, it is TMCT's map pick on paper, but TMCT are also heavy enjoyers of Oni Village.
That is for certain the case. I do wonder how well IME haters is going to be able to mesh with Umi on a map like Oni Village, because Oni Village, right, it's arguably one of the most, if not the most, control-based maps there are. So you need a lot of synergy going in between your forwards, your midfield, and your goalie to really play that map to a top level. So going to be very interesting to see how well Umi meshes together with Venom and Alex on this, especially if you're going up against something like Atsu, Cookies, and Geo. Just really solid control players all around, right? As a little callback from the group stages as well, to show how good TMCT is in terms of control. If you're looking at the stats in terms of totals that a team has acquired, TMCT, even though being top 3 consistently throughout the group stage, has the least kills overall, which means they're continuously winning the games without killing the people, aka they're just out controlling everyone. So a map like Oni Village is really gonna go in their favor. And that's definitely something that you need to worry about if you're Amy haters and you are playing with a sub against a team like this.
Yeah. But it's possible, you know, maybe we might see some favorable awakenings, right, for the side of Imi haters, right, to see if there's something they want there. And the other thing I want to talk about, right, is I don't know if I've seen Umi actually pull out the Rasmus yet in EUSL, and I think the 2 or 3 series that he did play. And because this is Imi haters map pick, they might not get the blue side. So the side of TMCT could pinch the Zentaro Kazan, right? Which are picks that Umi really wants and really the best brawlers on this map alongside Rasmus.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think Umi has shown Erasmus on the stage yet. I'm aware that it's playable, that Umi can execute Erasmus, but I don't know how rusty that is, right? Maybe it's not on the level yet where you would want to pull that out in such a decisive game as well, right? Because you have to win this game, otherwise you're going to go into the third game of today and have to play in that loser side of the bracket.
And a relatively tame awakening start we have here. Nothing super flashy, no like Stinger or Adrenaline Rush or something. We are seeing a Reptile Remedy, Castellas, the exact opposite. And Castellas on the table, Octavia.
Octavia would very much be enjoyable, but I'm not too familiar with any of these forwards playing Octavia. I know Otsuro is quite the Octavia enjoyer, but I don't think we're gonna see it in goal. And excluding some kind of ludicrous role, not ludicrous, but unexpected role swap, I think it's optimistic to think we see an Octavia. Although I would love to see it.
Yeah, I always love to see Octavia on the highest stage, just to see how these players pilot it and just how they run around all the damage that's just being thrown at them. And the only worry, though, is with the Castellas start alongside Reptile Remedy, there's no more Reptile Remedy left in the draft for Octavia in case she needs it. So that could be a little bit of a problem. So I don't expect to see it. In terms of other pick bans, right, this Castellas, Era is a pick we've seen sometimes as goalie on this map to kind of counter the Rasmus. At least that's how some goalies have, felt the matchup to play. And with Castellas, it's even stronger, but I'm not sure how things will go. And Imi haters having red side banning out the Kazan and then the Kai band on the opposite side.
Yeah, I expected that Kai ban coming out, right? Kai still is a very dominant force on a map like this, and again, it's also a great flex pick. You can play Kai in midfield, you can play it in goal here, that's perfectly all fine. With a Castellast, obviously, you don't want to give these tools, so I expect the TMCT to get rid of that Kai, not allowing for that first pick, but that obviously leaves open an Estelle pick. Estelle, again, being an incredibly strong midfielder on this map. Yeah,
and then TMCT kind of thinking, surely Imi haters will be just picking up this Zentaro here, right? We've left it perfectly open for them. And no, they grabbed this Estelle, right? And then they grabbed the Era Rasmus on the other side, right? They're most likely going to be coming in as this Era goalie, I think, to deal with whatever brawler Umi wants to play, which I feel like should be the Zentaro here. And there we go, we see it.
Most definitely. There are still angles where TMCT can opt to flex that Era into midfield. Geo obviously also really experienced on the Era pick, but it's really going to come down to what Amy haters is going to opt to draft as they're finishing off their draft with
Look
a
at the
Drakkar
Drakkar
goalie.
Yeah. Right. The Drakkar pick means that Geo doesn't have that. No Estelle for Geo, no Drakkar for Geo, right? It could just be they throw the Era onto Geo, or no, this is the Luna. No, this should be Atsuro Luna, right?
This is most definitely Atsuro Luna. So we are looking at Era midfield with Erasmus up front and Luna in goal. I'd argue to some degree a signature pick from Atsuro. She really enjoys herself a little bit of Luna. Not sure how well a Luna can be executed on a map like Oni Village with defensive awakenings like this, but I can always be proven wrong, right? If you're really good on a character, it can always work.
The one thing that worries me a little bit is how is Alex going to be playing on a non-offensive goalie? Like, yes, he is still good, but I don't know if he can take over the map nearly as much with something like a Drakkar, right? Which, for the record, on Oni Village, you don't have to nearly as much, but you like the Kai, you like the Estelle, and this could very well just be a Venom on Drakkar with Estelle as Alex, but I don't think so because I'm pretty sure Venom has played the Estelle in this map.
Yeah, it's most definitely going to be an Alex Drakkar in goal here. In EU, I think it's gotten kind of more. It's kind of Drakkar goalie has kind of turned into that Kai replacement on the maps where Kai is really good, right? You can play Drakkar in goal on Alton City, you can play it on OD Village. Sure, you don't have quite the same level of influence that a Kai with an eject would have, but you still have a lot of utility to be working around with. So I'm fully expecting Alex to be on that Drakkar. In terms of how much he can do up front, it kind of depends, right? Oni Village is also one of these maps where as a goalie you don't necessarily have to create a lot of offensive pressure because you're just trying to lock down your own barrier and hold that comfortably down.
Mm-hmm. And we are going to be seeing, yes, this strike shot Drakkar, and the only ones with Castellast are are the Era and the Drakkar, right? Which is pretty much expected. No one else should really want this Castellast. And yeah, now Atsura does have their name on. And, a great clear out by Alex means that they do trade one barrier apiece.
Yeah, it is Oni Village, right? The first barrier. I don't think either goalie are really upset at this, but that's going to be the story of this game. Both two barriers dropping within the first, 10 seconds, and then we're going to sit here for roughly 3 minutes. So,
yeah, I mean,
get your definitely interesting.
Passes, everyone.
Yeah. But Alex making good use of the strike shot here as well, standing on that halfway line, right? Recovering the core as early as possible. As the side of Amy is just trying to get this core into a proper attacking position, but Geo and Cookies are just really holding them down and forcing this deep into the side of Amy Haters as they find the bottom barrier there.
Yeah, it just looks like the side of Amy Haters isn't really able to get offenses going, and as I say that, they do get the second barrier, and now both sides, no barriers, open nets, damage getting dropped onto Venom, has to burn this flip up to the top side. It does go up to Cookies, forcing the flip out by Alex now, and now with no flips on either defensive members of Amy Haters, this is looking really dangerous. A lock and load sends it back through, but for the time being, the side of TMCT is looking really good as both the goalie and the midfield have a flip being burned out by Atsuro, sends it forward, the pendulum swing, swinging it right past Alex.
Yeah, I think Alex didn't necessarily expect that core to go past Umi there and wasn't fully prepared to call and to hold that. Cookie's immediately taking advantage of that and taking this first goal.
Yeah, great hit stun there means first barrier does fall, but that does come at the cost of Venom's life. And almost a second barrier. The Death Touch does actually grab it in the end. And now with a flip, surely this is a goal right here, but no, a great clear by Alex means that it stalls for a little bit longer, long enough for Venom to come back.
But that is the only thing it really does, right? It just stalls it. It doesn't necessarily solve the situation, but it doesn't matter because Venom finds a nice little barrier there. Atsu going up with a good dash, creating more pressure as Cookie flips and finds the top angle that's being completely left open by both Venom and Alex.
Yeah, just recognizing, that is my free shot, and then he takes it, right? But it's really tough, right? With Geo just following right behind him, taking these strikes perfectly, it means that there's not really much for the side of Imi Haters to do.
Yeah, Geo's just so good on this arrow pick to just kind of enable the forward, right? Just continuously buff them up with more speed, give them size. On a character like Rasmus that likes size as well, just really makes it a lot easier for Cookies to execute. But Amy Haters immediately firing back with a clean attack, taking both barriers and ending up taking the first goal of this game.
Yeah, first goal for them, right? Which is a good sign at least, right? The previous game hasn't shaken them up too much. And a great clear means that it buys enough time to keep that second barrier alive, but they need to not let that second barrier fall if they want any chance in taking this set one. That's still one barrier on the opposite side, but it might be a little dangerous for Imi Haters.
That it is most definitely. Flip also being used there, not really getting a lot of value out of it. As the MCT again is just applying so much pressure, really good hit stun as well for the side from Atsu there. Yeah, dropping the barrier eventually. As now Amy is just trying to create some more pressure here, take the top barrier, not quite able to find it. Alex forced to flip to get this out. Geo is staggered, but not quite falling down just yet. The flip comes out a little bit late as the barrier drops. Is Amy just going to be able to find the score though, or is Team CT going to be able to hold it back? Yeah, also jumping up front, getting some good pressure there, Flip coming up from the side of Umi, but not quite able to find it. Geo again being a little bit low. Needs to be a bit careful here. But on neither side, the core is really going in.
Yeah, and then a great save out by Alex. Not enough, as actually Geo gets knocked out of the way, but not soon enough as the beam comes through and scores it.
Yeah, really well positioned there from Geo as well to kind of cover up all the angles that Alex can really play through. And it just makes it so difficult to find a proper clear. This draft, though, could have some interesting aspects to it. I'm honestly not even that sure what people are looking for. The aerials is likely to go onto Drek. No, it goes for Glass Cannon, more movement speed. It's definitely also going to assist him a lot, right? What he said as well, with not being able to exert a lot of that pressure that he can on other characters. A Glass Cannon gives you movement speed to allow you that.
Yeah, holy, leaving up one of Catalyst or Cookie, or sorry, one of Catalyst or Big Fish for Cookies, and then, you know, Cookies getting the Catalyst in the end is, that was very shocking for me. And I think just a good play overall by TMCT.
Yeah, and the core almost sneaks its way into the goal from Amy Haters here. This game is looking a lot more rough for the side of Amy Haters to execute, right? They seem to not really get as many barriers as they should. As I say that, obviously Umi finds one. But it's kind of a mix from TMCT just playing really oppressive with their positioning, right? And also making good use of those Luna abilities to create pressure like this, right? That forces Alex and the rest of Amy Haters to act fast and kind of provoke mistakes as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really need these forced errors, and the side of Alex has to play with this defense open, and that's the core flip, taking advantage of the open defense.
Yeah, and it's just really well executed from the side of Atsuro there to recognize that the core is going to be in a pretty threatening position up there and making use of that flip aggressively. Just overall, just a solid showing from TMCT so far in these 1.5 sets.
Yeah, but, you know, the side of Imi Haters, they can still take this back if they get this set win, and maybe even a good Awakening drop for them too, right? And a great clear out for the time being means it's okay, but the Death Touch means that this offense isn't over yet. Cookies has this flip, is waiting to use it at any point, but no, it just comes back to Atsuro, and now Umi working up this top side. All these strikes just taking them. And now takes up to level 5. Atsuro just continues to defend, right? Great rockets, great strikes.
Yeah, it seems like Amy Haters just continuously kind of starting up an attack, but not quite able to finish it off. As again, that caster cursed it, and they immediately score. As Venom catches a nice straight core, pushes it forward to Umi, and Umi finds the angle.
Exactly, yeah. But you know, the side of TMCT doesn't really look happy, as Cookies does manage to grab that, and now Atsuro almost takes Alex off the map. Umi has to keep this going forward, and the Rose Orb isn't really enough, and now Cookies slots it into that top side. Alex not able to defend it with the lock and load.
Yeah, it just seems so difficult for the side of Amy Haters to execute this, right? The general midfield area just feels so much more controlled from the side of TMCT. And if you do not hold the control on a map like Oni Village, right, the game becomes 10 times more difficult because you don't really have that out of looking for KOs as much as you do on other maps. As Cookies finds a nice death touch there to grab this core, get one of the barriers. Venom does have flip, so does Umi. Umi misses this just barely, but Venom sets himself nicely up to use his beam to get the core in and put this onto a goal 5 situation.
Yeah, Imi Haters really needs this, right? They cannot be down 2 sets in the game that'll actually send them to the loser's bracket, right, if they lose this. And oh, the Crystal Thorns means that Atsuro has to use his flip, and oh no, a misposition by Alex means that both barriers fall. Now Alex can't really push forward, but a great piercing shot means that neither team's barriers are open, and that's a shot up to the top side. Boost saves it. The flip being burned by Venom, but they don't even need it, as a great shot by Umi sends it right above Atsu.
A little bit unlucky there, Umi hitting the core away from Venom that is trying to flip, but it doesn't matter as they find the angle past the immobile Luna and get themselves their first set, and we're now looking at a perfect form for Zentaro. it's great, but you're also looking at extra special and Deadeye, which is now inevitably one of these two gonna be on the Luna.
Yeah. The Deadeye, right? I mean, already damage kind of being dropped onto the side of IME hitters, and now with this Deadeye, that's going to be even more damage, and now this Rasmus has stacks, too, right? Allowing this Rasmus to just kind of run around the map however he wants, and then in the end, this last pick era gets Monu as well, right? Despite the side of IME hitters winning this set, I feel like TMCT massively won the draft.
Yeah, most definitely. TMCT already had like such a chokehold on the control on this map, right? Being able to cover the core and kind of control where they wanted to go from basically anywhere. And this draft just emphasizes that, right? Stacks is going to make sure that Rasmus is even faster. Monumentalist on Eras is going to allow for so much more pressure. Going to be able to shut down so many more areas. Not Eras. That's a character he's playing. And lastly, the Deadeye from Luna is now opening up angles where if someone's being a little bit out of position or being a little bit silly, they can very much also just die due to Deadeye, right? So it's gonna be also difficult now for Amy haters to really hold on to the control in this map. But Alex doing a really good job here holding the defense. Umi's ultimate barely scores it on his own goal, but Alex holding it down. Gets the hit straight to Cookies there, though not able to find the angle. There's still one barrier up for the side of TMCT. Really nice lock and load from the side of the car there, but unfortunately the core goes directly into Cookies there, who's well spaced, well positioned, and just slots it in with his secondary.
Yeah. And I mean, most important thing, right? Cookies not being taken off the map, almost has 100 stacks, and is really close to getting this fully stacked, right? Umi will be really fast once that happens.
Oh, and they do lose both barriers pretty swiftly there as well. It's getting more scary by the second. Amy haters needs to find some change in the way that they position or the way that they're playing if they do not want to start to deal with a quick 3-0 in the set, as Atsu again jumps up and finds a really nice flip to just secure their second goal in the set.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the second time we've seen it scored that way, right? Atsu just having amazing boosts, and you know, Alex not having the same level of impact that he's kind of hoped for, right? With having these ranged goalies being able to move across the map, just sitting in his own net as a Drakkar just doesn't offer as much as the Atsu Luna.
Yeah, most definitely. It's just so much more difficult, as well as Alex just barely misses that strike shot. That's really not the time you want to be missing those. Trying to hold it down now, but flying past them.
Yeah, just gets sent right past Alex and misses that strike in the end. That's one more set until TMCT joins Fierce Fury in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and this draft in and of itself is also not going to be the solution to everything, right? There are quite a few options for Amy haters to consider, but a lot of it will be denied, right? The exposed Ventrance is not going to find its way onto Zentaro. The hotshot is unlikely to find its way all the way down to Estelle either. So, going to be interesting to see how they're going to opt out for this. As a matter of fact, they're taking the hotshot onto Zentaro.
Yeah, taking it away from the Luna, which is interesting, right? But the Luna still has Twin Drive, but I guess their thought process is yeah, we're already kind of struggling to defend. We do not want to give this Luna even more core speed and then make it basically impossible. So instead, let's just let Zentaro have it, and we'll deal with the, you know, the repercussions.
Exactly, and if this first goal or point that they're playing out is anything to go by, it seems to be the right decision, as they have a quick, nice, aggressive push to take both the barriers and find the goal past also in the end. And it's kind of the thing that they need to be working with, right? Luna has a really good offensive power that they can utilize the side of TMCT, but on the defensive end, it's just so much more difficult to execute. Meaning, if Amy haters finds themselves a little bit of control and hold the core on the enemy side a little bit longer than TMCT would like them to, they can start looking for goals like this, right? There's just so much pressure that will be exerted. As long as they can continue to hold that, they are looking up.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the Amy hitters that we are used to seeing, right? This is like the fundamentally good team, right? That plays on, oh my god, Umi getting nearly taken off the map, living by the skin of his teeth with the EI rush. Gets that barrier. And I mean, one thing I did want to mention, right, is at the end of the last 2 points, Cookies had 18 stacks. That is it, right? And actually almost getting it reset, having to burn the flip and just leave, right? He cannot play this offense at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out from Umi here, making it so difficult for Cookies to really exist, as they're again applying a lot of pressure now. Taking this top barrier as well, creating an open goal situation, as Otsu's looking for some kind of Hail Mary jump, not quite able to find it though. And Amy Hater's looking to set up to take this clean 3-0 now, but are they going to be able to find it? All of the MCT is going to be standing on the defensive end. Also using her flip to kind of play it safe, get it onto the enemy half and create a pressure situation for the MCT again. But not quite able to really find this bottom barrier here. And even if they do get close to it, Alex does have a flip that he can utilize if he wishes to.
Exactly, right? These lock and loads looking perfect. And, oh, Cookies reading the flip, right, with a great pendulum swing. Means that Alex no longer has this, but Cookies has his, right? And so does Gio. Gio almost has his, but it doesn't matter, as a great strike misses the missile and goes right past Atsuro.
And now it's everyone's game again. We are one set away from finishing up this game. The awakenings are quite something to behold, though. What do you do at this point? There's a quick strike, there's a heavy impact, there's rapid fire, there's missile prop that you don't want on Luna. There's so much.
Oh, and they just wait, right? Now we get quick strike on Alex, and then a heavy impact on Zentaro.
And that also guarantees a primetime or rapid fire for the Estelle, so definitely a strong draft for the side of Amy Haters. Yes, you need to be a bit worried, right? The missile prop on Luna combined with the Deadeye is not going to be something you want to deal with, but you're an Oni village, right? It's not the end of the world. So just getting that pure amount of strength out of the quick strikes and out of the heavy impact is going to do a lot of work for the side of Amy Haters. As you can see, Umi already just smashing his head into his keyboard, using all of his abilities just to get damage through with that heavy impact pick.
Yeah, perfect forming, right? And just great abilities used by both sides just to keep this core forward. Umi already ticking over to level 10 before Venom, right? Just showing how much he's been hitting the core.
Yeah, most definitely. And Amy Haters seem to have kind of gotten into the groove of how they need to be playing this one out. They seem to be having a lot more control over the midfield area. The core barely does go through. Cookies has a flip. Is he going to be able to confirm it? He is, and take the first goal of this set. However, energy advantage is on the side of Amy Haters.
Yeah, I fear you may have caster cursed it, right? Just as you say that Amy Haters had found themselves in the groove, TMCT heard that and said, yeah, no, we're not here having any of that. And oh, neither barrier falls, as a slight misplay on the Oni's blade from Umi happens, and then does manage to make up for it, misses that flip, clears down to Alex, does lose a barrier in return, but now these barriers set up on opposite sides. This ranged goalie doesn't have to worry about stray shots just getting past them. Burns that flip though, they don't have it anymore.
Yeah, and Gio is just playing a survival simulator at this point, being staggered for an extended amount of time now, not really able to go for any orbs, because if he goes too close to them, he's also just going to end up dying. Finds an angle to attack from Matsu, looking for a little bit more of offensive pressure there, not quite able to find it though, as Amy Haters is just keeping it on the enemy side for as long as possible. Alex with a clean clear through the bottom, Venom flipping it up all the way to Umi as they force it through the bottom corner with a beam and well-placed primary from Zentaro.
Yeah, slicing and dicing it into the goal, right? A great play, a great combo play actually, out by Venom and Umi there. And Atsu just not able to defend, because what are you really supposed to do as a Luna in that situation?
Yeah, there's only so much you really have to defend with, right? Your rocket, your dash, your ultimate is barely ever really usable in those situations, so it's just all coming down to your strikes more than anything, and if those are being played around with the way that Amy Haters is playing around them, then it's a lot more difficult. But a really nice ultimate from Luna finds the kill onto Venom and gives them a man advantage. This would be a huge point for them to get, because it will put them at match point, but they still need to find it. Alex defending really well, not allowing that barrier to fall just yet.
Yeah, great defense continues. Alex has no evade though, right, for any next offense, but it might not happen as a great piercing shot set up by Venom puts them on match point instead.
This is rather important for the side of Amy haters to now find this last goal and take this game 2 to force a game 3 situation, but TMCT definitely has something to say about it, as Cookies now has a flip as well, maybe looking to confirm a barrier or two with that flip. Venom looking to get the bottom barrier, not quite able to get it though, as TMCT runs up with Cookies and Geo. Don't quite get the top barrier there. Otsu going up with the dash, trying to get it, but not quite able to confirm it. Otsu still has a flip, opts to not use it. A well-placed rocket there, saves it. Strikes just being really well executed there. But the TMCT not able to find the score themselves. Venom also does have a flip, and so does Alex. So we have 2 flips to 1, but one side still has a barrier up. Otsu coming up forward.
Oh.
Gets taken out on the side of the map. That is so unfortunate, as now the bottom barrier drops as well, and Umi finds the shot past Geo to take the 5th set and win this game, forcing us into a game 3 on Clarion.
Woo! New map! Clarion! Oh yeah, we're gonna be seeing a Clarion test chamber. Yeah, I'm excited for this. And yeah, no, great plays overall from IME haters, right? Finding that kill in the end on an Atsuro with flip, right? That is absolutely insane, because if Atsuro didn't die there, maybe she just flips it. Or maybe she just blinks back and has the flip for the defense when they try what they tried there to get the barrier, right? But that didn't matter. And in the end, you know, Atsuro fell, and that's how things rolled, right? We got ourselves a 1-1 into a game 3 on Clarion test stream.
Yeah, just really well executed. Amy haters seem to really get the struggle, like, to get a starting point in that game, right? Going 1 or 2 sets down, just not really finding the angles that they need to. But somewhere in the middle of the match, it started to click, and they started to execute, and they were able to pull through all the way to the end. So definitely a deserving game 3 to be in. Now, what I'm curious about, what are we drafting for Clarion? What are we looking for? Are there any picks that we're kind of considering, right? Anything that we need to be aware of?
I think it'd be pretty pretty Awakening dependent, because I think otherwise it'd be very similar to whatever you'd have on like a Night Market or a Tycho, just because, right? Clarion has its mixture of open and closed maps, but it's not nearly as open as something like a Gates or an Oni Village, right? In its open maps.
Yeah, most definitely. Also curious to see what kind of game plan people are going to be going for, right? If there is a Deadeye start, again, picks like a Finny might be playable again. Picks like a Luna is open on the board. But if we get another Castellas, we might see a run back of something like an Era Erasmus. Who knows? So very intrigued to see how this is going to be executed, and mainly intrigued to see what the Awakenings are going to be.
Yeah. And I believe we should be getting into draft really soon, right? The teams getting themselves ready, taking a break after a heater of 2 games, right? You know, not just the first game, but also this one too, right? Here I thought, oh, this is probably going to be a sweep for TMCT, right? After how they were last game. But yeah, IME haters pull it through. They need this break, right? And, ooh, Orbs and Might. This X pick is going to be prioritized, I think.
Yeah, X definitely a pick that holds a lot of value here. The question is, are either of the forwards going to opt to pick it, though, right?
Yeah, that's
Umi not necessarily known for an X pick, probably able to execute it, but in this situation, in a game 3 situation, not sure if he's going to be opting into looking for something like that. Cookies definitely can play it, but I feel like Cookies would also enjoy himself quite a bit of Kazan on a map like this.
Yeah, probably, right? And I was actually going to turn my attention back to that, right? Probably just going to be, I was going to say the Asher for Umi, but no, TMCT recognizes that as well. Asher being a really great user of Might, and just bans it away, forcing Umi onto something like the Zentaro or Kazan. Yeah, either one really. I guess whichever one TMCT probably doesn't pick up. And oh, there's the Kazan. I don't know if that was the best idea, right? Because what happens if TMCT just first picks Zentaro here?
Yeah, then Umi's really going to have to start to think about a solid pick for him on the front end. However, it does kind of go both ways, right? If TMCT now opts to pick themselves the Kazan, not the Kazan, the Zentaro, sorry.
Yeah,
that allows Amy haters to get a priority pick on midfield and goalie. So would have been a different situation, but they just locked themselves in the Estelle, get the comfort in for Geo.
Yeah, get the comfort in for Geo, really. I think Estelle, honestly, might have just been the turning point for this series as a whole, right? Geo performing really well on it in Game 1, after, you know, a few kills in that first set. And then Venom performing on it in this game. And we do see Zentaro and Kai locked. This Kai could flex either midfield or goalie.
Yes. I am now more intrigued by what Cookies is going to pick up for a forward pick here. Is it going to be the Rasmus together with the Estelle? Because the forward pool is starting to get a little bit limited, right? It could be an X, it could be a Rasmus. Maybe they're cooking some double midfielding. I doubt it, but you never know.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's it could be a little sketchy, right? That's for sure.
Ooh, they will end up going with the Now in goal and the Rasmus up front. They're running back the comp they played in the first match, I believe. Or what was Cookies playing in Tychos?
Kazan.
Kazan. Okay, not quite the same comp, but a similar one. And Amy Haters locking in the Juno, which means the guy is gonna be in goal.
Yep.
Venom, which seemed so excited about the fact that in pre-show he was written down as a Juno player, really just proving the point at this point.
Oh yeah, I know. Venom has like shown a lot of prowess on this Juno, right? Really great redirects, just in terms of how he plays this and just mixes up people. But now we get to see Alex unleashed once again, right, with this Kai. I'm assuming this should be like an eject Kai with Orb Ponder.
Yeah,
right?
Very
just
likely.
Having all those cooldowns, having the ability to push up so often, and what I said was a downside for Alex last game, playing that Drakkar, still performed really well. It could be what wins them the game this game.
Yeah, exactly. And combine that with Alex being on Kai with just the general like passive damage that something like a Zentaro and Juno can output as well. And you're looking at a rather difficult situation. Also, Atsu has opted to play Now in this game, which means she has to defend against the Juno and Zentaro, which is not the easiest thing to do if you are playing a character like Now.
Yeah, forwards all opting for that Might of the Colossus, while both goalies going for this orb. And wow, Umi already taking so much damage. Does grab this orb, but is really on death's door at this point.
Yeah, TMCT being the first team to strike here, but there's just really being a lot of like damage traded, right? HP bars are going down as people are continuing to pressure into the barrier. I'm curious to see how much they are gonna be looking for actual kills and how much of it is just gonna be, hey, I want to take you out of the commission, I want to make sure you're not healthy enough to contest me anymore, and then we could just score on you.
Yeah, and I mean, usually they say striking first is bad, but when it's talking about goals, they kind of want that to be the case, and it looks like TMCT is in more control right now, but there's the flip. No double barrier attempt, just going for the safe top barrier. But now, the side of TMCT has 2 flips remaining as Venom isn't really able to get it out with that flip, and now Cookies in this corner, almost getting taken off, does get the flip in the end, and gets a chance to tap it in, doesn't really, and gets healed up by Atsuro for the time being. And now, Imi Haters is on this defense.
Yeah, now gonna really be able to do a lot for her forwards there. To keep them alive against damage that will be just inevitably pointed out by the Juno and the Zen as they find the kill on Zen as well. Cookies going for a nice that's touch here and plays it just around Alex. Not much Alex can do at that point as they take the first goal in this game 3.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the Kai getting mixed up first by the dribble off the wall into that death touch, finishing it off. It's just well played out by Cookies, and TMCT striking first this game.
Also just barely missing that strike. Cookie's getting pretty low at this point, but so is Umi. So question is, who's gonna live longer? It's obviously gonna be the Rasmus, as he has a Now backing himself. Umi does end up falling, which creates a power play situation, and it's a bit difficult for Amy Haters here as well, because Gio is close to flip, Atsu has flip. Alex does a really good job saving that core, but it's not quite enough as Gio just walks up and strikes it past him when his strike is on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, Geo just looking to be so comfortable on this Estelle again, right? Off the era, back onto the Estelle, to a pick that he knows how to navigate so well, and is just showing why he's so good at it.
Yeah, now it's a bit sketchy for the side of Amy haters, right? Because you're now looking at you're 2-0 down, and the entirety of TMCT is looking at a flip, right? So you need to make up essentially 2 goals, while TMCT has the option to just flip for barrier after barrier. And as I say it again, Amy haters finds a nice little double barrier, finds an open goal. Atsu does end up using her flip there to get it out and take a barrier in return. But is it going to be enough to stop Amy haters from taking this point?
Oh, Geo almost getting sent off and actually having to burn this flip, worried that Umi is going to finish him off, and taking that damage, he might be sent off the map. And now a flip from Umi has to pass this up to Venom. Cookies finishes him off, burns the flip, thinking that he can actually get it, and that's another kill. Alex, in what will be a 1v3 really soon, has to stall this out. That's a strike. Wins that interaction, but maybe not the next one. The Whiplash. Oh, Umi saves it from going into that sentry drone, and now Venom comes back too. And Alex bought just enough time for his teammates.
Yeah, really bad from the side of TMCT there to not find that goal there, which would have been so good for their momentum. Now we're back in a 3v3 situation, but it's still 2 double open goals, right? And also does have that flip available to her, so does Alex. Question is, who's gonna be able to make better use of it as Umi finds the edge of the map again and gets dropped. Ooh, really nice walk up from Alex there to get this kind of time waste going, right? Gotta allow TMCT to as little time as possible to look for this barrier and look for this goal in the end. Also jumping up forwards, try to get a little bit more of an aggressive move going, but doesn't quite end up in the goal. It seems pretty stalemate as of right now. Both sides are just kind of attacking, but neither of them are really able to get past Atsu or Alex there, as they're just setting themselves up properly on the defensive side and not allowing for any silly goals to go in. But Cookies and Geo here having a really good attack set up for themselves and finally get it past Alex to take this first set.
And that's kind of what I was about to say right there, right? Estelle and Rasmus, between the 2 forward duos, Estelle Rasmus being notoriously good for just being able to set up these consistent plays, and that's kind of what we see ending it off, right? And, well, now takes the hot shot, maybe not exactly what they wanted, but it's still a very good pick, right? More cooldowns, and just denies it away from Juno. But Juno takes the aerials instead. Yeah,
that is a massive thing. You do not want the hotshot on Juno in this situation because it's going to make it so much more difficult to defend against. But yeah, what you said is correct, right? The Estelle, Rasmus are going to be able to set themselves up so much more nicely than the Juno and Zentaro. Meanwhile, Juno and Zentaro just kind of they rely a little bit more on just controlled chaos to some degree, right? Being able to use a lot of these blobs, use a lot of the Zentaro abilities to just eventually get it past a character like Now, which is not necessarily the strongest character if it comes down to just purely defensive utility. She has a lot of utility that she can end up using and will end up using, but she's no Atlas. But TMCT finds 2 quick barriers. Amy Haters immediately answering it though, and Amy Haters at this point needs to start finding some of these goals as well, even if it's only for their own mental part of it, right? Being able to score as of right now, they haven't found a single goal in this game yet.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about this draft once more, right? This is the first game out of the 3 where the perfect form has not fallen to this Zentaro, right? So we'll have to see how Umi will adapt to not having this perfect form, which is, you know, widely considered one of, if not Zentaro's best awakenings. And now, a double barrier means that it's just been evened out by TMCT, but can Umi win this flip war? He doesn't even need to, as he intercepts the strike. Flip.
Yeah, unfortunate. That's why I think it tried to go for the bottom left diagonal there to clear it outwards, but just barely misses it, having it bounce back into Umi, and Umi immediately punishing that. Really well played. And being aware from that side, as Alex not quite able to get it past Geo and Cookies here. Geo needs to be a bit careful, no evades and low HP as well, but TMCT still has those 2 barriers down, right? They still have that advantage as Amy Haters find their second barrier as well.
Yeah, I mean, the controlled chaos you were talking about, right? That's kind of the Juno taking advantage of it and getting that second barrier. But now Alex, Venom on this defense, both of them pretty much have their flip. But Venom is looking a little low, almost sent off this map. Cookies has a flip of his own and just actually uses it to nuke Umi off the map. Venom uses his flip to clear, but Alex still has it for this offensive TMCT, but it doesn't even matter as it just goes right back into the sentry drone. A pass up to Geo, sends it to the top side.
And what a nicely placed primary from the side of Otzer there, because Alex really didn't have any options to hit here. Anything below that goes to Cookies, anything above that goes into Geo. So that primary covered basically everything it needed to at the exact right moment, as now TMCT is looking, again, one goal away from taking this set and setting themselves up for a 2-set lead.
Yeah, and the flip being burned by Atsuru, not enough, as a great play out by Umi means that they could potentially secure the second goal of this set and maybe bring us to a set 3 in their favor.
And so much going down in that corner, but it just doesn't quite find its way into the goal. Amy Hitter's now losing one of these barriers, well positioned from the side of Cookies and Geo there to take that out. As now Umi's being set up a little bit. Umi does have flip. Is he going to be able to get the goal in? No, he's not. Venom there to cover it immediately though. And the pressure is just really being pushed on to the side of Team CT here, but they're holding it down well. Also doing a really good job at just using those now abilities to just be as defensive as she needs to be. As Alex is now running up with the eject. He is close to flip. He's probably looking for maybe a flip score at that point, but not quite able to find it. A huge Giga there, finding the save in the end though, and Alex does have flip. Does he use it? It just barely goes out of his range. And
I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about, right? Yeah. The consistency of Estelle Rasmus versus the controlled chaos of Juno Zentaro. It makes it really tough, and now Imi haters are one set away from being sent to the lower brackets.
Yeah, and not to mention, looking at this draft, there's so much you want on Kai and Zentaro here, but there is just that Monumentalist in draft, and your only team member on Amy haters that wouldn't mind denying it picks after now. So this is going to be a big decision to be making here. Yeah, Alex does end up denying that Monumentalist as Umi goes for the heavy impact.
Yeah, and I mean, the Juno getting Deadeye still not that bad, and heavy impact, great, but no explosive, no perfect form. Giovanni has a build that looks like it should be a Zentaro build, but playing Estelle, right? Just double denying that Zentaro.
Yeah, and it's just so much pressure being handed out from the side of Team CT here as they take 2 barriers and get a kill on Venom Yami as well. Really nice setup from the Estelle and Rasmus here just to take those barriers and score this goal. TMCT is definitely found their groove and do not want to take this any further than this set.
Yeah, exactly. But maybe Imi haters will have something to say about it, right? If they can kind of shore things up and get this offense going. And that's the first barrier. Almost the second is a great jump strike, means that it doesn't fall. But as I say that, there's that second barrier and maybe even the goal. Great clears out by Imi haters for now. Giga Blast saving that.
Yeah, Alex doing everything he can to really keep the score on the enemy side, but again, it's just so difficult because no matter where you're hitting the core, there's always going to be an Estelle and Rasmus that is within reach and can just play it onto your side again. Not to mention Otsu doing a really good job at positioning as offensively as she's allowed to on a pick like now, just to catch these cores as early as possible and just put that extra little bit of pressure on the side of Amy haters as Cookies finds the flip in front of goal, and now TMCT 1 goal away from going to winners finals and securing themselves a top 3 in EUSL.
Yeah, serious point. And look, Atsu still has flip for any sort of offense that could come, right? And the side of Imi hitters, they need 3 more goals to actually bring us to a set 4.
And 3 more goals when so far all they found was, I believe, 2 is going to be a difficult task, but they're definitely up for it as they're forcing it through the top. And Umi finds the flip past Atsu to get them that very much important first goal of this set in specific.
Yeah, flip burned, but still a goal nonetheless. And yeah, Venom actually almost has a flip of his own, right? And even though Alex doesn't have any flips, does have that Orb Ponder, right? More cooldowns available.
Yeah, most definitely, as Amy is really just keeping up the pressure up top here, but not quite able to get it past Atsu in the end. As now Cookies is walking up, creating some more pressure. Oh. Venom with a huge jump and flip, taking out Geo, creating a power play for the side of Amy haters. Now, can they convert this? That is the big question. They need to find themselves the second barrier most desperately. Atsu being a bit low on
Oh.
evades there. Really nice jump from the side of Venom. Takes down the second barrier as well and creates an open goal situation. Amy Haters can really start to play off of this momentum now and maybe find themselves a second goal that they very much need. Almost a double barrier, but Alex just barely saves it. Hits it down to Venom. It goes back to Cookies.
And there's a
They
double
do
barrier,
find the
right?
second barrier.
It's open. Geo has this flip, pushing forward, could get this up to Cookies, and the center intercepts it. Now Umi has a flip of his own, ready to use on this offense. Venom tries to get it forward. Alex uses Giga Blast. Cookies looking really low, taken off the map, and as he's taken off, Venom sends it through to the bottom side. We are 1 point away from going to a set 4.
And how important that is for the side of Amy Haters that they were able to find this goal without Umi using his flip. Because now we're looking at Alex close to a flip. Umi still has it. Venom is also not too far away from it. And they do trade one barrier. Atsu does have flip. Does she end up using it to defend here, or can she hold on to it? Umi goes for the flip, but gets taken out by the Estelle. And now, power play, 2-on-3 situation. Is Alex and Venom, are they going to be able to hold on to this defensively? Or are they even looking for an offensive play? Alex running up offensively like this. He still has a flip. Does he end up using it? No, he just strikes it out. A nice primary from now, but forces the flip from Alex. And now we're back in a 3v3 situation. Venom does have flip. TMCT doesn't have any available to themselves, but they're creating so much pressure from this bottom angle.
Yeah, frame perfect flip means that Imi Haters is safe for the time being, but no, maybe not. The death touch comes down. Alex is taken off the map. Venom has to stay back, cannot use this flip offensively, but the slashing strike does actually grab this barrier. They have to be really careful. This flip used to clear, used to go for that goal. And now the sentry drone cleared up by Venom, keeps his bottom side going. Alex respawns, but this might be it. The Rose Warp ends it, and that's the goal, taking TMCT to the upper finals.
And that is it for this series. TMCT takes a 2-1 victory. Very closely contested, and TMCT really getting this payback for the group stage, right? The game that was so close in the group stage, now having a different story behind it as they take down Amy Haters 2-1 with a clean 3-0 in this Clarion map. And TMCT, for you today is done. Congratulations, you've made your way into the winter finals. You'll be facing off against Fierce Fury next week. Amy Haters, you still got a little bit more on your schedule today.
Yup, that's true, right? Amy Hitters do still have to play that match against KLB in the losers bracket, right? To see which of those two teams will be moving on to next week, right? And I mean, one thing we should probably call attention to, right, is just look at this Geo and Cookies, right? Cookies having the most redirects in the game on Rasmus, even more than Alex on the enemy team, right? It's just a testament to how much he has just been controlling the game with his speed, with his size, just running around.
Yeah, that's definitely a really strong showing from the side of TMCT. And definitely a matchup that I'm looking forward to as well next week is their game against Fierce Fury, right? They are one of the two teams. TMCT is one of the two teams that was able to take sets off of Fury in the normal group stage. So, gonna be interesting to see how that pans out. But before that, we have another game that's going to happen today first, and that is the Amy Haters KLB one. Gonna be pretty tough for the side of Amy Haters as they've just completed their series, right? They don't really get a massive break. Obviously, they get a little bit of a break. They don't have to play immediately. But coming out of a series like this, a 3-game series that were close in a lot of different regards, it's gonna be pretty tiring now moving on directly into another series ahead of you. Especially against the KLB
right,
that has had such a good showing today so far.
Yeah, the KLB, I mean, even if they did lose 2-0, it's against Fierce Fury, regarded as the best team in the league, and it was a really close series regardless of it being a 2-0. And now, Imi Haters, yeah, it was a 2-1, really close series, but they have to go into another game right now, right? But before that, we do have a break, and I guess that'll be it for the two of us, right, Sloth?
I do believe so. Not 100% certain on my end, but I do believe so.
Yeah, at least for me, that'll be it. I don't think I'll be around for the post show, unfortunately, so you guys won't be able to see me then. So with that in mind, everyone, take care, don't go anywhere, and stick around for the other side of this break.
And we are back live once again. You got me, Psykeen, here to cast this game between IME haters and KLB, and hey, returning face once again, joined by Sloth. How's it going?
Long time no see. I haven't cast in like a week, I think. So I'm happy to be back. Happy to go through this game alongside you. Exciting matchup ahead of us for sure.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, Aviators on the back-to-back against KLB, who's already, had their game today. This should be exciting. We'll get to see just what kind of adjustments between series Aviators are going to be doing here. But these maps...
It's gotta be a joke.
I mean...
It's gotta be a joke at this point.
This is EUSL Cinema, Taiko Temple, Atlas Lab, Odie Village. Is
this the identical draft to KLB Fury, just like slightly swapped? I think KLB Fury was Nymarket Gates ban, Taiko pick, Atla pick,
yep,
Clarion ban, Amy ban. Only like it's just the first two bans that are flipped.
It's crazy. It's just wow.
We love our maps. What can we say?
You know what?
We got priorities.
I don't blame you. If you love something, don't set it free. Keep doing it over and over and over again. Taiko
over and over and never stop. Play the same map for the third time today in every single series. We love Taiko Temple.
Hey, we saw what happened when we deviated from the script of playing these three maps. Clarion Test Chamber got these. I mean, might as well have sent Amy haters to losers bracket. So they're saying no, we're playing it safe. We're gonna keep with the tradition.
Just gonna keep it standard, yeah. Exactly. Well, I mean, then again, the deviated draft did result in a 3-game series as opposed to the 2-game series that we see so often. So it's a give and take, It goes both ways.
Yeah, gotta find that excitement. Gotta find that bracket drama somewhere. The playoffs drama. We've got seed 2 now here in losers. This is an upset by all meanings of the word. This should be... Amy haters are going to have to dig deep if they want to stay in this, and KLB, I'm sure they don't want their playoff run to end here. This is an exciting clash of teams.
Yeah, very much so, because this also holds like a lot of value with it, this matchup, right? Because whoever wins this makes it into the top 3, you play yourself into the prize pool area. All these teams, they don't really need to worry themselves anymore about staying in the USL. All 4 of them have already confirmed their spot for a second season. However, the prize only goes down to 3rd, which means whoever loses this, you're gonna go home empty-handed. You've spent roughly 2 months and then some playing weekly to not really get anything out of it other than experience. And none of these players are really like excited for that prospect, right? So they really need to find themselves consecrated. They need to lock in for this last series and confirm themselves to get into this top 3.
And we'll see if they can do it. But what starts is Taiko Temple, game 1, and it looks like we're going to be having a reverberation twin drive start. Kind of boring. I guess twin drive is more cooldowns, and reverb is also more cooldowns, but not the most exciting drafts we've seen today. So, keep it standard, keep it nice and neutral. KLB is going to be banning and picking first here, so I wonder, what do you think they're going to pull out with this first ban, Sloth? Any ideas?
Ooh, it's a bit difficult to say, right? Because you have the first pick, so you don't really want to get rid of any of the priority picks for yourself, right? I could imagine that KLB is also like they probably watched the previous series, right? Yeah. And they've seen what happens when you put when you start to target maybe some of Umi's comfortability picks. So I would have expected them to maybe go for an Asher ban here, but I also forgot we're talking about Llama-Craft here. Llama's gonna play that in midfield as they opt in for the Amy ban to get Amy off of Alex, and Amy haters respecting the rune gameplay that they've seen today from Llama.
I am happy to see that ban. Some respect being put on Llama's rune, who put in so much work with the effort of his team, of course, against Fury, and that is a good, respectful ban coming out from Amy haters there, I think. But it looks like Kai being picked up now for them. It's probably that could be a Venom or an Alex pick, yeah?
Yeah, it could go both ways. First of all, the Asher pick probably going on to Llama as much as you won't expected. Llama's been loving that Asher pick on Taiko. But the Kai is just a great flex for the side of Amy haters here as well. I'm expecting them No, they opt in to go for the Juno pick, so very likely Alex has Kai in goal, and Venom is just gonna be playing Juno. It's an interesting early choice, right? Because I feel like the strength of Juno is the chaos that she brings to it, and also that she just does really well against a certain group of goalies. Locking in the Juno now before KLB has locked in their goalie pick yet allows Layfire to pick Atlas, especially on a twin drive start. That's going to do a really good job at dealing with that Juno. And as I was talking about it, the Atlas gets locked in. So interesting to see how that's going to play out. Lay's just going to play it, hold it down as much as he can with that twin drive, with that Atlas. And I'm going to be intrigued to see what they're going to finish it off with. Because if you go Atlas and Asher, yeah, you need some mobility. You need Zentaro's definitely going to do well for you, because otherwise you're just going to be 3 sitting ducks.
Yeah, no, and I really do like the Zentaro pickup, especially on a twin drive start where your team is going to be asking for a lot of mobility out of you. I would not be surprised to see Zentaro picking up that twin drive just to have all of those secondaries that he can utilize. It looks like Amy hitters are going to round out their comp with Umi on the Kazan. We'll see.
Yeah.
Both.
Interesting to see how well he's gonna play on that today. It's a first for him today to play it. He's played it in group stages before already. Wasn't necessarily an insane performance, to put it nicely, but he did his job. So interesting to see if he's gonna be able to make use of the Kazan today, or if it's gonna be a bit rough. I don't really know how well a Kazan can deal with an Atlas and an Asher on the defensive side, though, right? Because you'd kind of just have these two walls. Yes, Asher's in the midfield, but she's gonna walk back often. She's gonna help a lot as well. So I think the real crux of the situation is that Amy Haters needs to find angles to play around the defense, right? They can't really force through them at all. And playing around on a map like Taiko is gonna be difficult. Oh! No, they cooked, actually. Or it's a wrong pick. Alex is on Juno.
Whoa. This is betraying expectation. We're not seeing a remake. We're not seeing anything. This has got to be the Alex. Wow. Okay.
This is intended. I have seen Alex Juno in some solo queue games before. I didn't expect him to pull it out on this stage, though. So this is going to be very interesting to see how well he makes it work. But it does kind of make sense, right? Because you have such a tough time forcing through the Atlas and Asher, as I've just said. So having a Kai Barrage is going to make that so much easier for you. And Juno does hold a lot of value with that eject button if executed correctly, but the value doesn't matter if Kai just dies off the edge.
Exactly. A great Atlas primary coming out from Layfire does secure the kill on Venom, but the power play is over. It is one barrier down for either side, and now the offensive push is starting, but the core does fall back. However, Alex gets the core back in his hands, trying to get it to Umi. Great offense coming out from Alves as now the barrier goes down. The goal is open for both sides now. Great offensive return, and now Venom. Alex looking for a way to clear it out. Scream does have that core flip. Great barrage coming out from Venom. As now the game progresses, trying to find something here. Alex with a great jump is going to find a clear for now. That is Llama-Craft with the flip, as well as Layfire. Venom is going to get their hands on the ball. Now this could be anyone's game as it goes back and forth.
Yeah, and the interesting aspect as well is here KLB does have 2 flips as they use one of them to try to clear it out. Lay still holds onto the flip, so if he needs to, he's gonna be able to use it, but great save from his side there, still holding on to that flip as they're trying to set up. But KLB can't really seem to find a good angle to get it past the midfield there. Venom doing a really good job at playing defensively. Well, Alex making good use of his blobs and his jumps there to continuously hold up the pressure as the core is about most of the time just going to be on the side of KLB. It also kind of ties together with Alf's not really being positioned very up forward. So if Llama or LA do find an angle past Umi and Venom, it just goes to Alex, and Alex is just going to hit it straight back to him.
Yeah, I mean, there were some scary clears, I'd say, with Umi holding on to that flip, but now the resource has been burned, and Scream is in front of the goal. Alex forced to burn the flip there to try and clear it out. Does manage. The Asher ult is going to do some funky bounces, and now one of the Atlas's secondaries is out. Layfire is going to have to find a way to alleviate the pressure. Very easily done with that strike down into the bottom there. As now, Stream does use the flip, does find the goal. Alex, that slime, unfortunately, was not very much of a blobble buddy. Did not save it. As the first goal does go to KLB.
Alex trying to do the same thing he would do on Kai, right? Put your eject up the top at the top, go down, and you can kind of cover both areas. But if you're on something like the Juno, there's just not really that much area control. And Alf's nicely identified the gap in between the blob and the edge there, and found the goal. As we're now, it feels like we've been here for 5 minutes, but that really just was the first goal.
That is incredible. I mean, these team, their team wants to lose this game. They are bringing out all of the stops, all of the defense, all of the offense. They are trying their best, and we're already 30 seconds into this point, and not a single barrier is down. So now Alex does jump in, trying to find something for their team. One blob does go down, does manage to save that barrier. Jumps back in again. That twin drive really putting in some work. Umi is looking low. This could be the change that KLB needs for this point, but the barrier does go down. Still have one left in the reserve. Now, the play resets a bit more to neutral, and Umi, without evade, might be on the chopping block soon.
Yeah, that is kind of what we've expected to see as well, right off of the team comps. The KLB side just being so defensively minded with these picks. So it's really difficult for Amy haters to find their way through these barriers and get a proper attack going. Meanwhile, though, on the other hand, kind of the similar story is happening, right? It's not quite as strong defensively, but the Juno is being very oppressive with the blobs, making good use of eject button and her primaries to really just get an attack going, and then Kai catches in the middle, but it doesn't matter as Alfs finds a nice little double barrier past Alex there and almost gets it in, but the jump from Juno does recover it. Umi barely misses that hook there, but Alex is still here to cover. Aviator seems to be struggling to really get a good attack going forward. They initially held it onto the enemy side for a long time, and it's being just held down by Atlas Asher. But now it seems like on the open net situations that they can't really get a strong setup going for themselves. Because it's also difficult, right? Kazan is difficult to execute. You're more so of an out player on your own. And meanwhile, Kai does stuff like this and gets himself a really nice goal here to create a 1-1. And yeah, I think suspicions are correct. We'll probably be here for a bit.
You will be here for a while, but hey, that was a great call on the analysis there initially going in. You said that they would need that Kai barrage to be really that tool to get through this defense, and as we saw, that's how Amy haters secured that goal. Venom with the great barrage, but now it is an open barrier now for the side of Amy haters. Great offensive play coming out from KLB. Now they are posturing, trying to find this goal. Great dash coming out from Walmacraft to secure the core for just a little bit longer, and an unfortunate attempt at a little bit of a clear bounce, but it's just going to go in.
Yeah, but you can see Lei is doing a really good job at what they need to, right? You can kind of imagine that the Atlas Asher are a defensive wall that just can push up to the enemy side, right? You can't really deny it if it's close up to you. So Lei's really making use of that, really walking up as that Atlas, putting down a secondary to take a barrier before, and then again, at the end there, walked up, used that primary to be that offensive pressure that is just so difficult to deal with if you are playing something like Juno.
Yeah, absolutely. Just knowing when you can go in, what you can do to support your team, and just the pressure that you can provide from taking all of that space is now, the goal is once again open for Amy haters, but a return strike, the primary was just not far enough. The barrier does go down, and it's open barriers for either side. However, KLB is going to clear it out for the time being, but Alex is just waiting in the wings to get the clear, and incredible coming out from Umi with the strike. We're looking at 2-2.
Good use. He does make good use of that. Kazan strike box just barely pokes it past Lei, which did not expect him to reach. And yeah, 2-2. If every set goes like that, we're actually gonna be here for an hour. But I'm all for it, you know? I'm all for it. But Amy haters finding a little bit of a groove here, taking 2 barriers out. They still need to be careful though, because KLB is working with 2, almost 3 flips here. So it depends on how they're gonna end up using it. Alfs does find an angle past Alex there to set himself up for the first barrier. Second barrier almost goes down, but Venom finds a beautiful clear past the barrier. Alex rocking up a little bit with the Juno there, being a little bit of a midfield as well. Hey, you can do that if you have a Jack, right?
Exactly.
But the core not quite able to find that bottom barrier on the side of Amy Haters, as now Umi is walking up with the core, trying to create pressure. Lei does have a flip if he needs it defensively. Question is he going to be using it defensively? Does he need to use it defensively, or is he maybe looking for it offensively?
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful save with the primary and the strike there, knowing his ranges. Needs to flip here to defend it, but Venom is directly in front of goal with flip himself. Doesn't quite find the angle though. Are Amy Haters going to find something here? Not quite, because Alps does find a beautiful barrier to create an open net situation. Alex does have a flip. Is he going to be able to make use of that flip though?
Oh my goodness.
But he doesn't have to. Venom finds a great Giga to stunlock Llama and finds the angle past Lei. Well executed as Amy Haters take the first set.
Yeah, just incredible. You know, Venom was waiting up there, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Finds it with that incredible Giga, and there you go. Now we're getting to this draft. There's quite some good things for either side. Looks like Alex is going to wait, see what Leifire decides to take. Team player is taken, perfect form on the Juno. Good pick, denied from the Zentaro. Does end up taking the aerials. That is going to be great for the mobility. And Reptile Remedy going on to Venom, already going to scale with that reverb. Good pickup. Umi's
exactly the awakenings, right? With the Stagger Sword Awakenings, those Stagger Awakenings just hold so much more value, because now you have a Reptile Remedy on Venom. That means if you get something like Peak or Bulk Up, right, it just becomes so much stronger. You just scale so hard. So finding a pickup like that is really good, combined with the fact that it's Reptile Remedy, right? Against an Asher and Zentaro, you do need to be worried about the realistic threat of just dying. So having that heal all the time is definitely going to help you a lot.
I mean, just a great corner offense there, coming off of Venom with a good pass down to Alex, who was able to just facilitate Umi really pushing into that corner with the primary. Does open the goal up now, as both barriers are still standing from Amy Haters. Venom with a Giga trying to find a goal, but Leifire with a great strike on the edge. Just so many of those in this game. Unfortunately, no abilities to stop that strike into goal from Venom, as Amy Haters take the first point of this set.
Yeah, Alex just having a really clear grasp on the situation. They're seeing that all three of KLB are committing to holding that bottom side, and just saw the pass up to Venom, finds it and takes the goal. As now KLB immediately starts off with one barrier, but again, a barrier is not the whole story. As Amy Haters just trying to get an attack going at the bottom here, but not quite able to find it. Good flip from Alex, saves this barrier, but KLB isn't letting off on the pressure here. They do find the angle around the side of KLB though. Are they going to be able to find a barrier with it, or is it just going to be some empty pressure? We'll see in a bit. Good blob coming out from the side of Alex. Flip coming out from Umi, not quite able to do anything with it though, as Venom collects the core, and they just kind of have the same roundabout, right, that they're going through. Take the core, go to the other side. Beautiful flip here to find the barrier. Almost a double barrier, matter of fact. The flip from Llama barely missing. Is Amy Haters going to be able to find this second barrier before KLB is?
Oh, we'll see. I mean, just an incredible clinical defense coming out from KLB. It took so many resources for Amy Haters to crack that first egg. But this core is going fast. The team player in overtime is just so much to consider for the side of Amy Haters, but that own team player on this map can betray you as it goes into the Taekwondo, taking the last barrier. Unfortunate, but now Umi is taken out. It is a power play. Venom and Alex, though, do have a little bit of, oh my goodness, pressure, as the Atlas secondary is going to be used and abused by Venom's barrage, and it's going in. Well played from the side of Amy Haters.
Lei just being a little bit panicked there, using the secondary when he really shouldn't have, and just pushes it into his own side. I mean, that can happen, right? But again, it's not the end of the whole story. Amy Haters now looking pretty comfortable, extremely comfortable with a 2-0 lead in this set and getting a double barrier as well. But they still need to get it past Atlas in the end, right? A lot of work for Amy Haters that is doing a lot for them right now is the fact that Alex is just being so proactive with his eject button and his primaries. Just really alleviating the pressure that Kai and Kazan need to absorb from those two defensive monstrosities being Asher and Atlas. Flip going out from the side of Venom here. Not quite able to find anything from it though. Azumi gets a nice hook and just cleanly gets it past the Atlas, taking the second set. And this is a bit spicy for KLB.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just immaculate play coming out from Umi there, and Venom, who just kept it forward for so long. That is hot shot. That is hot shot, and that is a Juno taking hot shot.
That is Juno taking hot shot, and a Kai, unless denied, taking peak performance. Maybe he goes prime. No,
There's
he goes
the
peak. That's his third stagger awakening. Kai is gonna be so fast, just on a default level now. So this is very much turned into an uphill battle for the side of KLB here. They do find themselves some good awakenings, right? Primetime on Atlas is not bad. Size on Asher is always good. And the Stinger and Centauro is definitely going to do work for you as well. But I don't think it quite compares to just the pure amount of speed and control that Amy haters now have at their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is very easy to say Amy haters won that draft. There is just so much now going on for them. They are so enabled now by their picks. But sometimes that just does not matter when there is an Asher and a Zentaro in your face pushing through the core. Takes the barrier, takes the goal. Just great offense coming out from KLB. They are not throwing in the towel just yet.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to play for, right? That's where your team comp is the strongest. When you are in the enemy half like that, and you just continuously shove it into that one corner, it's so difficult to get out against all these three characters. So they need to find kickoffs like these, right? That's the most important part of their set, is the kickoff. If you can get it onto the enemy side immediately and just hold it there, you don't really have to deal with any of the other troubles anymore.
Oh my goodness.
As Alex jumps forward, takes a barrier, but unfortunately due to hotshot speed, Core goes a little bit too fast and takes his scores on himself as well, as he wasn't able to get back with the Jack just in time.
Again, just another story of your own awakening working against you. Hotshot team player, does not matter. If the core is going too fast, it's just impossible. But I mean, wow. Barriers are already down. Atlas ult does come out, does same scream for just a little bit longer. Flips all used now. There is one on Layfire, one on Alex. These goalies are going to have to try and find something here. Barrier does go down. Still one more to crack if you're the side of Amy haters trying to find that. But the question is, will Layfire use their flip here to restart the offense, or will he use it on his own to potentially score? Venom in at the bottom, trying to find something. Almost gets taken out by that Zentaro dash, but just positioned well enough to survive. Now Lamacraft is looking quite low. This might be the answer Amy haters are looking for cracking this egg, but a great jump coming out from Alex is going to save this core for just a little bit longer. Now the play has been reset to an offensive push against KLB. There goes the flip from Layfire. Scream now with a great secondary on Zentaro. Strike in. That is the set for KLB, and they are still alive in this game.
And what a flip from Layfire to find that angle past both Umi and Venom there to set Alps up for such a beautiful score as I take this set. And there's quite a few interesting things to be considered here. Now, Alps already does have aerial, so I'm not quite sure if he's going to opt to take that explosive or if he's just going to try to deny the rapid fire off of Juno. He decides to wait a bit, so Juno gets herself the rapid fire. Unstoppable definitely going to help a decent bit on Atlas, although he's not really playing up against something like Erasmus or an Estelle that's going to stagger you to score. But overall, more speed on Kai. Ooh, that's going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean,
Couple orbs on Llama, though. Something to definitely consider, that maybe these orbs need to be denied. Otherwise, the Asher's going to do a lot more than just use a primary every once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a scary pick, potentially. Asher in the midfield with double orbs, that is a lot of control that you can offer for your team. Now, one barrier is down for KLB. Control is on the side of Amy haters, trying to find this last barrier. Umi is going to be taken dangerously low, going to be taking lots of primaries, but is going to back out of the play to get the orb. His team, Amy haters, they've managed to keep up the pressure. Now, pressure is on the side of Amy haters. The Scream does find one barrier. It is now 1 barrier to 1 here. Alex going to try and find something with their dash in. Umi forced to use the flip in that corner down there. Unfortunately, he's going to be walking back once again to try and help his team. Venom, look at that speed!
Ooh. He's just so fast. He just immediately goes and recovers the pass from Umi. Well played together by the two of them. As now Lay's looking to defend this open net. It's going to be a bit difficult. Llama does end up using his flip here, so does Scream, to set themselves up for an open goal situation on the side of Amy Hedge as well. But there is an energy advantage from the side of Amy Haters as Venom uses his flip, not quite able to find anything with it though. Now the mobile wall is moving from the side of KLB, but it's so much more difficult when you are on the defensive end, and again, Lei just like a millisecond too slow with that secondary, creating this, giving Amy Haters the first goal of the set. And I do want to point out, in the kickoff, right, you can kind of tell how easy or difficult it's going to be for the side of KLB to play depending on kickoff, right? Now in this situation, they got core onto the enemy half, and they are taking a bottom barrier, and overall just creating so much more pressure. They created the second barrier, right? It's just so much more easier for them to execute the plans they want if they do end up playing for these kickoffs and winning these kickoffs. So it's also important for them to win the kickoff as well, because it just creates such an easy environment for them to end up taking barriers and ending up scoring. Because if it's stuck on your side, all of these abilities that you want to use to force a barrier, you need to use to get it out, because you don't have a solid midfield pick, right? You don't have anything mobility-wise that can really catch it, so all of your abilities are close range. As Alves finds a goal on Amy Haters, and I've yapped for an entire point about playstyles.
Hey, and you know what? It's an important consideration to have, because that is what this game is going to be revolving around. It is going to be revolving around how well they can play to that win condition of just keeping the pressure up forever and ever. And if you do it off the kickoff, that's how you do it. It's great, because when they get back here, it just seems so hard for them to get out. Even though they can hold for so long, there's just that inability to push forward. But now we do have one barrier to one barrier. Once again, Alex getting involved, trying to find it with the ultimate. That chaos factor, the barrier is going to go down from great positioning. As now Alex is going to try and find a way to get it out of here. Venom is going to come back to try and assist. That speed is just so pivotal to their game plan. Scream with a great secondary is going to utilize that extra distance from aerials. It's now Lightfire. He's going to manage to save it. The primary just didn't catch, but a great descending dive, whatever that move from that guy is called, is going to secure the ball. Kazan,
yeah, I mean, the difficulty is, right, because you are so immobile on the side of KLB, you can't really play around the enemy, because if you're trying to play around the enemy, the guy's going to get there first, 100% of the time. So it is also difficult for them to really get it out, because they are forced to go through the enemy. And now it's also difficult and scary for them, because they are now looking at a match, at a game point, right? One more goal from the side of Amy Haters, and they take game one. But doesn't look like KLB is giving up just yet, as they take the goal and put us into a goal fight situation.
I mean, this is just cinema. My hands are up. This KLB are going to be fighting now to stay in this game for just a little bit longer. You know, they have to find a way off of this kickoff to try and put on the pressure before the pressure is applied to them. As a great KO coming out, that primary from Scream is going to secure the life of Venom, and now it is a power play. But there are resources from the side of Amy Haters to be used. Alex does have that flip. It does have the Blobos. One barrier is going to go down, but that is the cost of Venom's life. I think if I'm Amy Haters, I'm okay with that. So now it is one barrier to one barrier.
Ooh, huge flip from the side of Lightfire there. If he doesn't flip, the barrier is gone, and then it's so much more difficult for them to really look for this goal. As an ult from Atlas is coming out, as Zentaro is taking quite a bit of damage at this point. But KLB, again, right, you can see they're getting the core out, but they can't really keep it up front. So they have like this weird transitional period right here, where they're trying to get this back line up front as much as they can to really get an attack going, which is just so difficult to do. But either way, they're holding it down well. They're not losing a barrier, but they're not taking one either. So ultimately, they're kind of fine with that, because do keep in mind, Llama does have orbs on both of them. Just getting more cooldowns and speed like that consistently is just going to allow you for so much more mobility. To some degree, you might even be able to match Kai a little bit. It's not as easy. You don't have quite the same mobility, but it could be enough, as the barrier fall on Amy Hater's side and on KLB's side. But a huge Giga from Venom finds the goal, and finds game one for Amy Haters.
I mean, the Venom Yami is just the Giga Go. So much value was found from his Giga Blast. That is incredible. Well played from Amy Haters. They are going to take game one here. Alex
and
is
the
securing that
MVP
MVP.
landing on the Juno goalie.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we do love to see it.
I mean, you nailed that flex pick ability, right, of the Kai of the Juno, and it really paid dividends for the side of Amy haters in this game.
Yeah, I think what really started to be difficult for the side of KLB is just the pure speed and coverage that Kai and Juno offered for the side of Amy haters there, right? That they, even if they do get it out of the back corner, they don't really get it past the halfway point a lot, which was the reason why there was so much emphasis on kickoffs. But they weren't able to actually find it in the end. Lose game one. Amy haters taking the first one, as we're now going to be moving over to AtLab to see if Amy haters could maybe close it out pretty soon, confirm themselves a quick 2-0 victory and move on to the next weekend, or if KLB has something to say about that and takes the game for themselves.
We'll have to see. This will be an exciting AtLab map. Again, I mentioned it earlier before our first game. I do really like these Tycho AtLab maps. They're fun. They can be a bit chaotic. There's lots of damage, people flying around either from the Tycho drum or from the gravity well. It's just, I am excited to see what they pull out here for this Atlas lab.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm also excited to see what the awakenings are going to look right? Because AtLab allows for so many different picks to really be executed if you have the right awakening for it. So it can kind of go both ways. We could look at another situation where maybe some Arrow gets played and it's more control heavy, or we can look at Zentaro Vice Finny comps that just look to kill you before you can do anything else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who do you think would pull out the Finny here? Do you think it would be a goalie pick? I don't know if has Finny goalie really caught on in the EU scene yet?
I mean, with some teams, it has. I've enjoyed a decent amount of Finny goalie myself, and we've seen it a decent bit towards the end of the EUSL season. But it's by no means a staple. Who would I expect to play it? I do think Layfire and Alex both have experience on it. Am I necessarily expecting it to come out outside of like a Deadeye Awakening? Not necessarily, but it would be a shame if it would never to be considered. However, we do have a very fun Awakening pair ahead of us with Monumentalist and Perfect Form. So that's going to be fun. There's a lot of things to consider here. You don't want to give a Zentaro for free. You don't want to give a Now for free. This is going to be interesting to see how Amy haters is going to approach this draft as KLB has the first pick.
Yeah, I am interested because it has been KLB blue side, Amy haters red side for both games now, so I wonder if this is playing into their strategy on either side. But that Perfect Form, that Monu, there are options on the table. Do you know if Venom or if Llama-Craft, are they now enjoyers? Do you think that is a possibility, something we could see here?
I think it's definitely, it's kind of the same thing with Finny, right? I'm not necessarily expecting it. I don't think it's a standardized pick for them, but it's definitely something they have in their cards if they wish to play it. What I'm more interested in is to see if Amy haters will stick with the Rune ban as Monumentalist, right? You've seen what Rune did on AtLab before for KLB. And if you have a Monu start on it as well, maybe that changes things. But it's going to be interesting. It's definitely interesting to see where the priorities lie here. I'm definitely expecting one... it's a bit difficult, right? Because there's essentially two OP picks, right? Now Monumentalist is an OP pick, and so is Zentaro Perfect Form. I expect the KLB to leave both open, and then Amy haters has to give one of them, or you trade them. At which point it's a bit difficult to deal with for the side of Amy haters. But KLB actually does ban out the Now, which allows Amy haters to just take out the Zentaro. And now both clear OPs are not in discussion anymore. As KLB will just secure themselves a Rasmus first pick. Interesting.
Yeah, not even going to have to worry about those picks. It's in the past now. Zentaro now gone out of this game, never to be seen again. But Amy picked up. That's not a bad pick. Amy haters though, are they really hating if they're picking it? I don't know.
So there's only so much hating you can do until you just have to submit and say, yeah, no, it's just a correct pick here.
Absolutely. And a little bit of
Amy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, please.
Okay, Amy being definitely a favorite pick for Alex as well. So I'm kind of expecting, even with the Kai pick, I'm kind of expecting the Amy to be on Alex and Kai to go into Venom's hand again. Obviously, we just saw what Venom can do on a pick like Kai.
Yeah, and I mean, perfect form. It's good on anybody, but when you're Kai and how many times you can strike the core at times, that seems like a great pickup to me. And there it is. There is the rune.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I was thinking to myself, like, okay, cool, you do have Erasmus, right? And Estelle is a really good matchup with Erasmus. It sets you up so nicely, gives you so many angles to play through. But Llama, just thinking back at his 2 games against Fury, thinking back at the respect that Amy Haters gave him last game to ban out the rune, says, you know what? Nah, we'll run it. Give me rune. Put Lei back onto Atlas to give him the consistent backline that they can work with, and we'll go into this game like that. As Umi gets himself another Kazan pick here. I mean, there weren't really an insane amount of options left for him anymore. Asher, I feel like, is an alright pick, but he probably, on a more open map like Atlap, he probably prefers something with a little bit more playmaking ability than the Asher.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, hey, it worked last game. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Just really excited to see, though, how Amy Haters is going to plan to play around the rune. And, you know, speaking of the rune, do you think it's a perfect form or a Monu start? If you're rune,
I'm honestly not that certain, because I personally don't have a lot of experience with rune, and I'm not quite sure what gives you more value. Monumentalist obviously gives you a lot of area to work with. It makes your pillar just so much stronger, but perfect form gives you that cooldown reduction over and over again. I personally would lean towards Monumentalist, mainly because you're playing it with an Atlas, which means... Actually, no, Atlas can also go perfect form. Honestly, I don't know. it could go both ways.
It's a tricky starting Awakening set, right? Because they both have so much of their own value to provide.
Yeah,
As
the main thing... Actually, now in hindsight, I feel like they should have gone perfect form, and that for one reason only. If everyone goes perfect form, because no one else in the game is going to go Monulist. Monumentalist is going to be back in the pool, right? And perfect form is a good awakening for both Rune and Atlas. I'm just not sure how well it adds up compared to having Monu. Either way, both of them ended up going Monumentalist. Everyone else in the lobby does have that perfect form. So we're going to see a lot of cooldowns being thrown out as Venom and Umi doing light work of both the berries on Lightfire's end and are already attacking that open net.
Yeah, and I mean, attack success as Venom does manage to find the strike between Llama and Lightfire there, is going to find the first goal of this first set of the second game much faster than the first goal from last time. Well played. Absolutely. Is one barrier already going down for the side of KLB, and that is 2! Oh. It's open net already, and we're 8 seconds in.
Yeah, you can really see, like, the game plan that the Amy Haters executed on Taiko, which was just let Venom do everything, right? Like, in a way, like let him shine on Kai, give him all the stuff that he needs, and just have him go insane. Very much still alive, because they're also going with the exact same forward combination, right? They're playing another Kai Kazan. And as a token for how much Venom is just saying, hey, I'm going to take this game on my back and win this on my own, Kazan's still level 1.
I know.
And Kai's level 3.
I wanted to...
Kai's also very dead.
Oh, goodbye, Kai. Goodbye, Venom. But I mean, it says something when the winning team of the set, their brawler is level 1. But Scream going to go from level 1 themselves to level 3 off of a KO and score. So well played from LB. They're still in this.
This is very much a saving grace for Umi, because if Amy Haters would have scored this quickly again, I think he would have ended the first set level 1 still, which on any character other than Kazan is a bit rough. Well, no, other way around. On Kazan, it's a bit rough. Any other character doesn't care that much, but another strong offensive side attack from the side of KLB here, taking 2 barriers out immediately. Losing 1, but again, you have an Atlas, you have a lot of defensive utility, just hold on to this one last barrier. As Lei is moving up a little bit to be a bit more aggressive, provide a little bit more assistance, as Alf finds the angle through Alex and Venom there, and scores, and this puts us in a 2v2 situation. The set didn't look like it would go to the 5th goal, but here we are.
Yeah, Absolutely. I mean, Alex, I don't think was expecting that. Was a little bit mixed by the situation there. Does end up going in, but now Banish coming out is going to stop the play for a bit. Give both teams a little bit of time to reposition, figure themselves out. So one barrier does go down for Amy haters. Great core flip from Umi up to Venom, who is going to find a Sad Boys angle. Let's go. Atlas famous for those just insane clears, and another one.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Nobody is taking barriers today. Almost close from Scream. Alex getting back just in time. Another Banish coming out. Look at how much damage is taking away. Umi looking dead. Venom looking dead. Core flip on Venom, who is going to use it and is not going to find any value for it. Is going to be KO'd instead. Great primary coming out from Layfire to keep their barrier up, but
that's so unlucky.
The center just pops, and that's the barrier. Unfortunately, was not ready for it. Alex does burn the flip. Venom is back on the field. Barrier is still up off the power play, and almost another Sad Boy single, but it does manage to find the goal, and Scream is going to send it in with the core flip for the set.
Really, really good patience from Scream Elves there. Most of the players would just insta-hit that core, right? They're like, okay, there's an open goal. I can find an angle here. But he took that second to wait. He realized Alex is leaving that top corner open and just went for it the moment Alex overstepped. So really well executed. The draft here can be pretty scary. You have quick strikes, we could go onto the Erasmus. There's also catalysts on the board. Hotshot has to be denied off of the Rune, but Rune gets extra special. We've seen how much extra special was how much work extra special was doing for Llama in earlier games today. So very excited to see how this plans out. Heavy impact being denied off the Kazan. Kazan still ends up with quick strike though, so not to upset himself.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is walking away from this draft too unhappy. I'm not sure how the heavy impact interactions with Atlas work, but I'm sure it's not the worst thing that he could pick. As wow, that Banish is already putting in work. I know it's just extra special. It just means that he can use it all the more often to find those opportunities, which, there we go, power play already. One barrier does go down. Great pillar play coming out from Llama-Craft. Not going to find it, but Layfire is in there trying to find something. And just an instant KO train. This play is not over yet. Scream.
What a pass.
Incredible. Wow.
Just plays perfectly with the curvature of the black hole there to find the pass up to Alves onto an open net. Really well executed. I do want to point out how, even though the comp, right, of Rune versus Rune Rasmus doesn't really seem like they should be doing a lot of damage, they are being a considerable kill threat. They're playing it really well here to get themselves into situations where players like Venom in this situation are just kind of removed from play.
I mean, and we saw it in the game with Fury, right? Llama-Craft's the 12 KO incident. It's just incredible at finding damage and opportunities on the Rune. And, oh, wow, that is a lot of damage coming out on the Scream. Does use the flip, and Alex with a great evade is going to stop the Banish from getting the value that Llama really wanted. And that is now a power play. Double power play! As John Odyssey intended, it is a 2v2 now. Trying to find a way to score. Will they play defensively? Will they play offensively? It looks like Alex is trying to find a way to keep the core up. Both players are now back on the field, and Umi is looking at a little worse for wear here.
Yeah, KLB does try to find angles, but Alex is just being very proactive in the way he's defending this side here. So making it really difficult for the side of KLB to really get an attack going. Also, you do have... What a hook. Nice death touch from the side of Alves there to completely deny Alex from defending that. But there is a difficulty, right? For the side of KLB, you are playing something like an Atlas on this map, meaning there's not a lot of offensive pressure that can be put out from Atlas, so you're only relying on Rasmus and Rune to take care of these barriers. Now that's very much doable, but it's not as nice as Amy haters at it, right? Amy haters do have that Amy that can jump in, but it doesn't matter if you're just perfectly staggering the enemy. And as I'm saying, Atlas can't do anything. He just stops caring, walks up, flips, and scores. Really well played by Lay. Identifying the situation correctly, realizing, hey, I have both my barriers up, I have flip, I'm Atlas. What are they gonna do against me?
And what can they do indeed, except for Let their keep be stormed. Core flip into goal. Primary true combo. Incredibly played. As we get into this draft, there are quite a few options. Llama is going to wait to see what Umi decides to pick. Rasmus picking up that Explosive Ventures, keeping him up the Imi, which is, it's just such a powerful pick on the Imi. Deadeye's not that bad either on Imi, though. That is still a scary pick, but Orb Ponderer falling to Atlas? That's crazy, right? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's such a great pick on Atlas.
That is such a great pick, but the issue is just kind of like you don't really have anything great, like a great person to deny. The Deadeye and Amy is just gonna be better all around, and you don't necessarily want to give away size on the Kazan as well. So we'll see if this Orb Ponderer being left up to Atlas is gonna come and punish Amy haters there, or if it's gonna end up being fine. The thing that I mainly want to point out in this draft was the fact that Kai got peak performance. It's just a little bit, right? He doesn't have any Stagger Awakenings as of right now, but that bit of Stagger and that little bit of speed allows Amy haters to be a little bit more aggressive, right? Be a little bit more controlling and make use of this Kai pick a little bit better, right? Thinking back at the Taiko game, there were so many situations where Amy haters just started finding goals purely just based off the fact that Venom was everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen what Venom can do with all of that Stagger, but speaking of people who don't have Stagger, that is Lamacraft, who tried to go for a cheeky little kill using the center, but Umi was just a little bit too fast, and Alex, with a great read of where the core is going, uses that Imi secondary, the Cyber Swipe, to secure the goal. Well played from Imi haters.
Really well executed. Amy haters now 1 goal up in this set. Also does have the ever so slight energy advantage. So let's see if they can make use of that, though, as they take the first barrier without any flips involved. Lose one as well, but again, one barrier, who cares? You still have a second one. But as long as you can defend it, that's the mentality you should have. As KLB now loses second barrier, Alex being very aggressive, rocking up, using the flip, not quite able to get it. Venom's Barrage also not able to find it, but a nice strike through Llama gets it into the bottom corner here. And Amy haters, not done yet.
This could be the turnaround that Imi haters are looking for, that they need to take this set to stay alive in the game, try and get some of their scaling a little bit more online. But KLB also facing similar desires. They want to end this game. They want to take it to Game 3 so that they can stay alive in the playoffs. Now, great offensive is going to find the goal. Just so much pressure coming out from all of the ultimates.
Venom just playing so excellently with that Amy turret there to just have a nearly defendable situation with a Barrage and the Amy turret. Just really well played from Amy haters here, and especially Venom. Now, going into this draft, there is a rapid fire. Interested to see if he's going to go for it. Yes, most definitely. Those Barrages are going to do a lot of work for the side of Amy haters here. Team player being picked up from Atlas, allowing for a little bit better clears, a little bit faster play build up, which is definitely going to help. More range for Alex, gonna make his jumps a lot more lethal. Again, do keep in mind, Alex has twin drive, so that's gonna be 2 of them. And then finishing everything off, a little bit of cooldown on the Dren Rush. To be honest, the Dren Rush is gonna be procced quite a bit by the way that Llama's been playing so much so far. But there's also a Reptile being picked up for the side of Umi, so maybe the deaths are gonna slow down a bit.
We will see. You know, great evade coming out from Umi off that banish attempt earlier. Now, both barriers are down for the side of KLB, going to try to find something here, try to find a goal, but Scream is unable. Does manage to find one off of being pounced around from the Atlas orb in the middle. Good banish going to come down on Venom. Alex is going to evade it. The offense from Umi is trying to find something. However, it is going to be cleared out. Scream, with a great attempt, does manage to find it with some great striking. Really taking the most advantage of what they've got. Now trying to find a clear into the hook is stopped by Venom. Unfortunately, too much pressure. Secondary comes out just a little bit too late, and it's going to be pushed back into their own goal from KLB.
Here you can see again, like, just the patience from Venom, right? Like, most players at this point would just be so focused on trying to get this core in, they just run in immediately. Oh my god! They would just run in immediately and just try to barrage it in, but Venom, calm and collected, takes a step back, waits out the Atlas primary, and then just scores right after. As this next set started off explosively with Lava being taken out almost immediately.
I mean, explosively, lava exploded. Just let the pile of lava fluff laying on the ground. That was incredible. But now, Banish coming out from Venom. This is a scary position. Oh, almost finds the kill off of the Atlas secondary. It's okay. He's got Twin Drive. He's got 2 of them. Oh, wait, no, that was last game. My bad. He's got Monu, and that did not kill. That is fine. But now the offensive push, it is open goal now for Aviators. Great kicker coming out from Venom. Just barely almost killing Scream. Now pushing for this offensive. Rasmus primary does come out. Lava trying to find a pass, a clear, anything. Is going to be taken dangerously low. Pushed out of the Atlas hole. Is not going to be able to recover. But Scream with a great strike redirect from however he got the core. Is going to try and find something. The Maroon primary is going to be sitting this core so fast. Play fire now. Great secondaries from Alex. That has to get back into position to receive the core coming back. Primary coming out from Alice, trying to find anything, something, passing through the black hole. It is going. This gravity well is just messing with the play so badly. Venom and Umi are posturing to try and find something, try to find some value out of this core flip that Umi has. Primary coming out from Maroon, the unstable anomaly, trying to find something. Layfire does have the core flip for when things go sour. As now the game slows down just a little bit, maybe we can take a breather for just a second.
Yeah, I was about to. I started getting curious how long you can hold on to that one.
I was trying my best.
It is an incredibly insane set as of right now, right? Both Alex and Lei are just putting down an defensive masterclass, just really using their abilities properly, not making any mistakes, as on both sides are just continuously putting up pressure. Lei does get found by the Giga Goat though, as Llama immediately responds with a double banish to just completely defuse the situation, but Umi finding a lovely hook past Alves, punishing the overcommitment from his positioning to take the second goal. They are 1 goal away from a set 5 situation.
Oh, what an incredible point that was. And of course, the Giga Goat had to show him how it's done. Great hook though, coming out from Scream, is going to secure that barrier. 1 barrier to 1 now. Scream does have that flip, and wow, just was not ready for Scream. Great Atlas ults! Saving Scream for just a little bit longer. Scream now is going to have to try to play their life, try to find an opportunity for their team to get them the core one way or the other so that they can find some value out of this core flip before they perish. But actually they look like, oh my goodness, that was an attempt at a kill. I almost witnessed a murder on Alex. That Lava is going to use the flip to try and apply some pressure. Scream somehow still alive in this game. Hook comes out, not quite going to find anything just yet. And they are trying to find a way to bring this back to neutral, find a way to get it into the hands of Umi. Venom now pushing up. Banish goes wide, not going to find anything just yet. Scream with a great strike, where it does come out. Does have the flip on Alex and Layfire, so it could be any goalie's flip to use here.
It's just so difficult for both the forwards to score here, right? Layfire is doing a really good job with Atlas, not misusing any of his abilities, keeping it up pretty well. He also does have Ponderer working for him, right? So he's continuously getting cooldown resets. While on the other end, Alex is doing so much work with just those jumps, those glitch props from a range, creating more pressure with the turret as well. As Layfire with the team player finds a swift pass to Llama, and Llama puts it to the side incredibly well and takes that goal. It's not over yet. It's incredibly hectic. The game is incredibly fast, right? And in those situations, it's always scary because it comes down to whoever essentially like loses track of what's going on faster, right? In fast games like these, you're so prone to just making a single small mistake that ends up costing you both your barriers or even more. So it's so difficult for both sides here to really execute this correctly, but everyone's just delivering as they need to, as Alex jumps up perfectly to secure the top barrier and create an open goal situation for the side of Amy haters, as this is the last goal they would need before they get it into a set 5 situation. So they really want to start looking for it. None of them really have a lot of flips available, but it doesn't matter. Alex doesn't need a flip. All he needs is aerial, some range, and a jump, and he gets it past Layfire.
And you know, that is the scary part about Aimee goalie with the dash training is she can just appear at any given time, especially with that twin drive. There's just so much pressure that is just passively being exerted. And as you saw, that's all it can take to even up the sets. This glass cannon is going to fall.
Ooh, this is so dangerous. Okay, I was thinking about the prime time on Kai because he already has rapid fire, but he does so the barrages would just come on non-stop. But he does opt into Chrono Boost. He does want to go more into covering the entire field with just mobility and everything. And overall, the drafts are pretty alright. Umi gets himself a little bit more size, so does Alf, so both of them really enjoy that. Another pillar for the side of Llama could shake up things up a bit, but still needs to be executed properly. And Venom is just continuously... Venom's just continuously pushing to be that unstoppable force of just running around. But it's very stoppable if you run into a banish and just get taken off the map like that. As KLB do find themselves an open net.
You know, just all of these banishes are coming out so often, and Llama, you know, getting that kill off Yumi or on Venom is
wrong game.
Yeah, it's going to proc that adrenaline rush, which is going to get another banish even faster with that happy star. But now, it could be anyone's goal now, but Scream does have the energy advantage with Layfire. Got an amazing banish coming out from Llama Craft.
What an incredible banish.
Wow. Your eyes are on the guy with the blue core flip. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, he finds the angle not only on the goalie, but he gets both of them, which just immediately secures that goal. Now, off a kickoff, finds a nice little pillar to get themselves the first barrier. Lay forced to flip, but Yumi immediately responding, reading into the panic and just flipping it himself. As now Alex and Venom just Avengers assemble on top of Layfire. What can you do against the barrage and an Aimee jump on top of you? Not much, that's the answer. As we're 1-1 in set 5.
Especially when that Aimee has the flip, that is just so much pressure suddenly in your face. I'm surprised they held as long as they did as now. The Aimee turret does come out. Lots of damage coming on over the Scream and the KO. That Atlas ult got incredible value. Well played from Layfire to keep his team healthy and alive. But the flip does come out from Alex, who does manage to find the last barrier. It is now an open goal with 2 barriers on the side of Aimee haters. And Alex just reads the play.
Yeah, and you can just see it in the gameplay. Like, Venom is just taking over this game. He's just so fast. You saw it on the first 2 barriers. He's just everywhere. He can go rock up. He can barrage the barrier. He immediately runs back, covers to clear. He's doing so much for the side of Aimee haters here, and it's just so difficult for the side of KLB to deal with that because they can't keep up with that speed. They don't have the utilities. They have their walls they can put down, but your walls only last as long. But your walls also help you assisting with just taking them out, as they do find themselves a kill in a power play, put themselves up into a 2 barrier against none situation. Can't quite find the goal though, as Alex jumps up front, trying to take a barrier, takes one of them. A little bit of a missed synergy play there by Alf standing on top of the rune pillar, trying to take out Venom, but it does end up being fine as Lay uses his flip to clear it. They get themselves up again. They set up an offensive position. Venom is trying to glide a little bit, but can't quite find the angle as he's getting a little bit low from the side of Alf and Llama. But a nice hit up top, and Alex slightly mistiming his abilities thus put us into a set 5. Goal 5 situation. Everything comes down to this one last point. Whoever, if Aimee haters win this point, they set themselves up for a 2-0 victory. They can go to bed. They rest easily. They made top 3. If KLB finds themselves a goal here before Aimee haters does, we're going to a game 3 on Oni Village. I think it was.
Yeah, it is Oni Village. Yeah.
Elves needs to be so careful. Elves almost dies. Does evade just in time. The Atlas ult being a bit late. Llama also needs to be a bit careful. He's getting rather low. Venom Yami doesn't really have a lot of evades, but it doesn't really matter because there's a lot of damage going through. As they're pushing through this barrier, great unstable anomaly from the side of Llama-Craft to hold it down. They're trying to get the core up to Umi so he can flip, but the Llama and the Elves are not allowing it. Oh, the core is in front of the goal. Nice Aimee turret. Flip being used, but mistimed from the side of Llama, from the side of Umi. But holding it down. Nice flip from the side of Layfire. But Umi hooks it in time. Takes the core, just puts it to the side next to Layfire. Finds himself a last goal from this game. Aimee haters win this matchup 2-0 and advance to the next week. KLB, great job, but we'll be seeing you guys around next season. You finish 4th.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't know if they earned fourth, because that was crazy. That is just the level of play you'll see here. That hold at the end was incredible. They were fighting for their lives. And there was just so much. The Alex popping in, the double flips going out, Layfire winning, and then Umi, the sub, manages to find a way to keep Aviators alive with just a great hook strike to end it off. And that is Aviators, like you said, progressing forward. Oh my goodness. What a game.
Umi might have been a sub for Amy Haters, but with his last goal, he made it clear he's not just here to share the glory with people that are winning for him. He's willing to do the dirty work himself and find that goal. Well played from everyone in this game. Incredible series. The 2-0 does not represent what this matchup actually was. And from the side of KLB, even though they are going home today, they do not make it to the next week. Really good showing, right?
No,
the third team earlier today to take sets off of Fierce Fury and really bringing the battle to Amy Haters here as well. So really great showing from them. Ultimately, just not quite enough though.
Just not enough. And I mean, when you're going against such strong teams, you know, to be able to stand with them, stand against Fierce Fury and almost take their first game loss, to almost take, it could have been anyone's game here, Amy Haters versus KLB. It really could have. It's just incredibly well played from KLB. And I mean, hey, put some respect on Llama-Craft's rune, because my goodness, was that just a show. Layfire on the incredible. And then of course, Scream on the Centauro is just a force to be reckoned with. Well played from that team.
Yeah, 100%. But that was the last matchup that we're going to be seeing today. We will have the remaining playoffs in a week again. As a reminder, winner side is going to be TMCT versus Yuri, and Amy Haters will be weighing in the lower bracket. I think we will go into a short little break, and then we'll be right back with you in post-show.
Yep. See you soon, gamers. Bye-bye. live.
And welcome back to the little post-show session. You're not quite rid of me just yet. Joining me in the post-show today is going to be Cookies. Welcome.
Hello, hello.
Venom, how you doing?
Yo.
And lastly, the GOAT TO, Lila, how you doing?
Hello. I'm fine.
Overall, we've had some very exciting games today, right? We had 3 series today, and first of all, I just kind of want to talk to each of you about your feelings. How did the games go? How are you satisfied with everything? Is there anything you really want to point out or share, maybe as well? And I think we're gonna go to the one that played the least today. Well, not counting Lila, I guess. Being Cookies from TMCT. How are you feeling? How'd the games go? Are you satisfied? Could it have been better? Or just anything you just kind of want to share?
I don't know. I think the games went well. We could have 2-0'd if we played better, but overall, I'm happy with the result. So yeah.
Yeah. In that game 3, were you at any point a little bit worried that it wouldn't go as much to your favor as you would have expected it to, or was it always like a pure confidence thing throughout the entirety of the best of?
I mean, after I got a few awakenings on the Rasmus, it was kind of free. I just needed to scale, and then it was like okay.
Yeah, I do believe you even had most redirects on that game, I think, as a forward, which is not something you see quite often. So you definitely were given the tools to kind of take over the game, and you ended up delivering, right? And that rewarded you with a winner's final position. Then Venom, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just wanted to say like it's really hard to get redirects on forward, but that game I just got like 2 size awakenings, so it was like really easy.
Yeah, most definitely. What about you, Venom? You've gone through 2 series today. First one definitely gonna be a bit of a nail biter, right? Going all the way to 3 sets and then going up against a KLB that has had a pretty strong showing against Fury as well earlier. What was kind of going through your head when you were going into that KLB Amy Hater series? Did you have a solid plan, or did you guys just set yourself up to do whatever you need to do?
I mean, even after the loss against TMCT, we were pretty confident that we will probably take it home. So we were just like, okay, we lost that series. We could have won that series. We just had like some really rough showings. We definitely could have won it though. And we were like just trying to carry the momentum we had, even though the last map was like kind of rough. That looked unwinnable. I think we had a better draft, but we ended up not really converting it. We just carried that momentum that we had. We were like, I just go next one. Don't think about it too much. And yeah, just win. Play better, win more.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the only solution to it, right? You also ended up having to play with Umi today instead of Rekost. Is there any more insight on that, or?
Okay, so what happened is, Rekost is currently at Gamescom in Cologne. They have like a field venue there where you can go like up to like, I think 10 p.m. to like play there for free, do your stuff. And we were warming up with Rekost, and literally like 5 to 10 minutes before the series started, like before KB vs Fierce Fury ended, someone came up to Rekost and told him like, yo, it's an emergency, you gotta go. Like 5 minutes max, you gotta go. And Rekost later found out the reason, like the quote-unquote emergency, was that there were some German content creators who wanted to throw an after party. So the venue people were like, oh, free exposure and some money, let's do it. And then they kicked everyone out of the venue. So I was just like messaging Umi, yo, please, are you here? We need you. Rekost can play. Literally like 5 minutes before the game started, they just kicked him out.
So most definitely the most calm you've ever been going into a series, right?
Like Umi didn't warm up at all. We were not too prepared to play with Umi, but thankfully he had a really good showing. I think he played well today, and overall, yeah, I think we could have definitely won both series today.
But I mean, ultimately, right, that the MCT one just wasn't meant to be. But you didn't end up taking that 2-0 victory against KLB. The last game specifically, got really, really close. How's kind of like the feeling, the mood during that last point of play, and how loud was Umi when he was able to find that last goal to set you into a 2-0 victory?
I mean, we don't have like the sucker in our team who's gonna scream when he's like winning a set or winning a game. It's not like a bad mood, but we just keep it to the comms we need to do, and just like trying to upbeat each other, like, yo, you got this, like, yo, it's fine to make the mistake, just go next goal. So just trying to keep composed and like keep everyone motivated.
Yeah, I mean that's important, right? You need the right environment for all of that to work out. And then lastly, Lila, how's TOing been? I just kind of want to grab your thoughts and feelings about how the playoffs started. Right? How did it go today? How did you find any matches specifically enjoyable? You kind of have free reign to kind of just give your thoughts on whatever you would like to.
Well, my job was easy today because I have like amazing people that help me run the league. So all I really had to do was like update the standings in the playoffs and watch the games. I think the series got better as the day went on. I didn't expect the first series to be so competitive. I was like, wow, that was like really fun to watch. And then the second one, like, I think TMCT played so well today, and the Estelle pick in that series was so powerful that whoever got it just seemed really strong, and the passing plays between Cookies and Geo were like really fun to watch that series. That was probably my favorite one. But even the last one was such like a banger. Like when Alex got those awakenings on Aimee in the second game, the game just switched up completely and it became like so tense, and I didn't know who was gonna win. And it was just so exciting to watch. Like I was really happy from a viewer perspective. It was so fun.
Well, then, from a viewer perspective, right? We've got a week break now, as we're going to be moving into the final weeks of the final week of playoffs. For the next week, what are your general thoughts on the matchups while you're at it, right? What do you think is going to happen between Fury, TMCT, and Aimee haters? You're the only non-biased party in here, so give us a completely objective, correct assumption of what's going to happen.
Completely objective, correct. Fierce Fury will beat TMCT. TMCT will lose to Aimee haters. Fierce Fury will win Grands is my objective thing. But what I want to happen is I want TMCT to beat Fury and win this final. And then I want it to go to like game 3.5 banger versus Aimee haters Fierce Fury. Don't really mind who wins that one. And then I want TMCT to win Grands.
I mean, that'll definitely be a storyline and all, definitely entertaining to watch. I mean, I'm all for it myself, right? Fury has just overall been pretty strong as of right now. They still, even though they got close to it today, haven't dropped a game yet. So having an upset on the upper hand like that would already set up for just pure cinema situations, especially if both the first and the second seed would meet in loser final like that. So it's going to be interesting for sure. Going back to you, Cookies, what are your kind of thoughts on next week? Who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, I think the game one is gonna be, or like the series we play against Fierce Fury is gonna be like crucial. We don't even have to win. We just need to like play good games, so we have good mental for the like upcoming series. And I also like the best scenario is like we get to win both games, so we don't even have to play Aimee haters. But I really want to play them again, like in their full strength, I guess, when Reko is gonna play. So that would be like fun to play and see how they actually improved.
Yeah. Most definitely, right? And then for you, Venom, thoughts? And you're on the loser side of the bracket. You're the only team that can't really allow themselves one more fuck up. How are you feeling?
I'd win.
I mean, that's all we need, really, right?
Yeah, I just want to play against good teams, and both Fierce Fury and TMCT are good teams. So I'm really looking forward to those matches, and I win.
Yeah. And I mean, overall, right, I remember back in the first week of the group stage, we had a little bit of a power ranking between, who was it? I think Lucas, myself, and Cookies. And thinking back at it, we're decently accurate, because the top 3 teams that are left are also the top 3 teams that were in every single leaderboard. So, even though it went decently as expected with the end results, the journey all the way here was definitely not a boring one. So overall, Very exciting to see it play out. Very hyped for next weekend for the end of these playoffs as well. And then there's one final thing that I'll kind of get your guys' opinion on. Whether you have an answer or not, doesn't matter. Just choose something. Because we are in the penultimate week of EUSL, right? But there's, I don't know, maybe you've heard of it, another league, NASL. They're kind of wrapping up today. And there's 3 teams left. Demons Raw, Sad Boys, and Showtime. I just kind of want to go through each of you and kind of grab your opinion. Who do you think is going to take NASL? I believe it's the 4th season that they're in right now. So who do you think is going to take that 4th season championship? What do you think, Cookies?
I mean, I don't know any of them. But I mean, I guess
Demons Raw, Sad Boys, or Showtime. Just
Demons Raw. I like the name.
Okay, why? Other than to like the name? Go on. No, I'm kidding. If you don't,
I don't know. I don't know.
What do you think? What do you think, Venom? Any thoughts to share? I feel like you might be a bit biased.
I might be a bit biased since I'm the quote-unquote coach for Sad Boys, but they've won it the past few times. They are looking insane. They are individually insane players. They are insane as a team. They will take it. Although I really like Joker, although I also think Demons Raw is an insane team, Sad Boys would take it.
All right, and then to wrap it up, Lila, our resident NA enjoyer, that has played a bit, has been in a roster for NASL as well, actually. What's your professional opinion on this?
I'm really conflicted because Vaughn has been so involved in EU, and he's been getting involved in the community and trying to ask about our opinions, and I really appreciate that. But Sad Boys have already won 2 NASL championships, and Demons Raw have been close, even not losing a singular regular season game with their main roster until this season. And I really just want to see them finally win NASL because I love the way they play the game. I think it's super fun to watch, and Kainu's my favorite player, and I need him to win.
So you have an answer for your heart and you have an answer for your brain, or what?
Yes.
That is fair enough.
My heart and brain answer is Sad Boys. They would take it. Raw. Let's go.
Okay. I mean, that's interesting. Definitely a banger of a series that are going to be coming up from the side of NA as well today. So everyone that is still here, I do believe it won't take all too long until NASL, the final week, will start kicking off. So do stay around for that. On Bestie Slot Twitch, it's going to be a banger. Be there. There's some more Omega Strikers content to be enjoying. For the side of EU, I think it's about time that we will wrap it up. Again, thank you everyone on the post show, Cookies, Venom, and Lila, for joining me in this little yap session. And thank you everyone that has helped organizing everything today, right? Again, we're getting close to the first season. It's incredible that we've been able to put together a season like that thanks to the work from a lot of different people. So I hope everyone had as much fun watching as we've had fun creating it for you. And we will see you guys. We will be seeing you guys in about a week. Bye-bye.
Bye.